strive to do my best, and our team will always strive to do our best. But yeah, thank you also for this opportunity that you have given us. Because
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the second day of the second PPE webinar. We're going to go through paper 1 today, and that is made up of our 2 panel members, which are Mr. Khan and Ms. Mullah. They'll take you through the paper 1. We would allow them an opportunity to go through the section they need to go through. We will then open the session for question and answers, and thereafter we will allow candidates to ask questions, and we would then allow the panel members to address those questions. There's been a number of questions raised so far in terms of recording for tomorrow. We're in the process of reviewing the recording. Thereafter, that will be available on the SACEP website. A link will be sent to you to access the recording. Please note, I've received a number of emails pertaining to the guide that the presenters have been referring to. If you have received the link for the webinar, you would have received the guide that's attached to the link. I urgently advise all candidates that they've received emails from myself, specifically 3 emails. One is the demo exams, outlining how to use the demo exams and for you to practice interpretation for the exams. Please work with it. Secondly, you received an email confirming that you have been successfully registered for the PPE exams with 3 attachments to it. Please read through it. It is critical for you guys to read through the emails that we sent so that you can properly prepare for the PPE exams. Thirdly, obviously the webinar and the attachment, which is the guide itself that the presenters are going through, because the presentation that they are prepared is from that guide that was emailed to you. It's just a summarized version so that it's easier for the presenters to highlight things that is pertinent to the paper 1. Right. With that being said, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Khan, who will be the coordinator for today, and thereafter he will guide us on the proceedings for today and the manner in which we intend to proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Mullah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, peeps. Good morning, candidates. Good morning, presenters. Good morning, SACEP. Good morning, everybody here. It's a Saturday morning and we are sitting here studying for the exam. Look at you, hey? Look at that smile happening on a Saturday morning. It's like, I don't know if you remember that movie with Robin Williams. It's Good Morning Vietnam. It's like, good morning, Vietnam. Anyhow, we're having good morning candidates today. And the reason why we are here today is hopefully so that you can gain enough insight in passing this exam. Today it's myself and Yasmin. You're spending 4 beautiful hours with us. Shame. Hey, look at that. Spending your Saturday studying with people talking about facts and information to you. That's the kind of sacrifices you've made. Yesterday was a very good overview of paper 2, and I'm happy that for the most part of it, the kind of questions that were received were more inquiry based for clarity as opposed to creating mass confusion. Now, my wife was here yesterday. Well, she wasn't here in the session. She was doing work in another room. She's like, Akil. It's like, yes. It's like, you're stressing the people out. And I was like, is it? She's like, yeah, you're too erratic. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's how you stay awake in a lecture. And so I'm not changing that, but I did hear what you had to say. You know, obviously have some bit of empathy. So I'm like, okay, what I'll do is I'll be a little bit slower. If you listen from the middle half, okay, if the session is broken up into halves, the first quarter, you'll see it's a little bit happening, and the next one I'm like a little bit calm, right? That's because I try to adjust behavior. And so based on that introspection and that insight as well, I've also structured today's webinar a little bit differently. So what's going to happen is I'm going to be giving guidance and I'm going to be giving an overview of what's happening. And in the parts where I have provided context, I'm then going to move through onto Yasmin to try and help us explain that in further detail. Now, I want to provide some context as well. Mr. Moody, you're still not on mute. I'm just letting you know.
I'm waiting for you to complete.
Oh, sure.
Something.
Okay, sure. Okay, no, fine. Thanks, Mr. Woodley. All right, so for the context for today, I'm going to be leading for the next 4 hours, all right? I'm going to be focusing on specific sections and segments, and I know a lot of you are here for one of the terrible three, and that one of the terrible three is fees calculation. By the way, the terrible three is payment certificates, fees calculations, and JBCC scenarios. All of them got a C somewhere in there. Eh? Certificate, calculation, scenario is probably the way you can find the C. Anyhow, why I'm mentioning this to you is because the method and the manner in which these workshops are presented is, again, a guideline, because there's a lot of information. Now, I know some of you only started studying yesterday. Eh? That's why you joined the webinar. Some of you 2 weeks ago. Some of you a month ago. Some of you much longer than that. Whatever the case is, from today, you're going to spend some time with us, about 4 hours, and it's 4 hours of training, intensity. Now, we're having this intensity for a very short period in your life. 4 hours is not a long time in your life, but the gains out of it, the potential to pass the PPE examination has much wider effects, which you would already know. Now, there's academics here, there's junior practitioners, there's senior practitioners, there's everybody under the sun. And so we're going to try to cater to all of the audiences to make sure that you know exactly what you need to know for this examination, at least give you enough guidance so that you can focus on things that are really important. Now you're like, Akil, are you telling us exactly what's coming out in the exam? No, I'm not. And we're not doing that. What we are doing is providing you a framework so that you can help yourself narrow down that anxiety-driven bunch load of information, of data, and help you focus on specific things. And why these specific things chosen, you might ask. SACAP has done a data-driven analysis of the last year's examination results. And the things that have been picked up is what the webinar and the workshops have been structured around. What am I saying? I'm saying that the things that we are focused on is the places where we saw the lowest performance. Well, not we, SACAP has seen the lowest performance, and they have given advice to all of us who are presenting. This is what we want you to present so that we can increase the understanding of the candidates. It's also data-driven in a slightly different way. That data-driven way that we are referring to here is going to focus not only on low performance, but also on what does the profession need. Now, I'm going to have a bit of a conversation with you this morning on what the profession probably needs in the next 2 years, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. We'll talk about some current events and current affairs. But with all of that said, the information that we're discussing today is important. You should pay attention to it. It is informed by data from the previous examination. And for this reason, we are going to take you through what might be seen as the most difficult segments of the papers. And that's actually what the topics are based on. Today, I'm going to give you an overview of paper 1 and paper 2. I'm not going to go into specificities. I'm trying to create a framework for you to slot all of your information into. Now, you might not agree with my lecturing style, and that's okay. If you take away from the session only the SACAP study guide that's been provided, and if you only take away maybe the things that you hear and you get very irritated about, like, Akil, that's not how we do it in the office, then you probably would have benefited because we're trying to show you the best practices. But that's me for this morning. I'm going to be kicking us off just now. But Mr. Woodley, over to you. Thought to give some direction there.
No problem. Just before we start, I see people are already sending messages on the question and answer sessions. Please note, as I've outlined, the presenters will present. At the end of the presentation, we are then open for question and answers. At that point, your mics will be activated, right? And then we allow you to ask a question. For the duration of the presentation, your mics will be disactivated until such time the question and answer sessions are opened. At that point, we will allow you an opportunity to ask a question. That's all I have to say. Thank you. You can continue, Mr. Khan.
Beautiful. Okay, here's 2 things we need today while we start. Apart from my little speech from yesterday, you're going to need some practical things. You're going to need something to write on. The part where you're writing on, that's where I'm going to move into my favorite, easily accessible presentation style, Paint. Okay? Paint, that beautiful thing on Microsoft Suites, okay? That everyone has access to. So when I go into that, means you can start taking that and writing to yourself. Second thing you need is a SACAP study guide. It's like, oh, where can I find that? As Mr. Moodley mentioned, should have been on the link that you would have received. And if you didn't receive it, it's okay. No, we can get it. It's not the end of the world yet. So let's start sharing my screen very quickly. I am going to share with you a screen that is my presentation for this day. Just want to get it ready here. Give me a second. Mr. Moody, I'm going to ask you to please just confirm if my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible.
And it's visible in large screen as well, full mode.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Today, we are going to be looking at this overview. Now, Ms. Mullah and myself are going to interchange. I'm going to be talking, and then I'm going to hand over to her. And then she's going to come back to me, and then to her. We're going to do this so that we don't lose you, but we're also going to do this to make sure the information sticks. Because what often happens is the information doesn't stay, especially if you have the same person talking to you for 4 hours. Sad, hey? So let's talk about this very quickly. I'm going to be discussing attitudes. Really important, because if you don't have an attitude adjustment, it's very, very unlikely that you will be able to do the things necessary to enable you to pass this examination. I'm going to talk about the 7 steps towards becoming a professional practitioner, a little bit beyond that, an architectural practitioner in their full scope and entirety and maturity. We're going to talk about deriving a profession. Now, this is an important one, right? I mentioned this to you because all of the lectures I have done and I've ever done all focus on the concept of first principles. And I can see in the conversation there, someone in the chat box probably about to ask the questions. What is first principles? First principles is a method of derivation. That's why the word deriving there. Derivation meaning to derive, to generate, to create something novel or to create something new from that which has already been established. We have things we know, and these are what you might call a fundamental truth. And we're going to move beyond that and derive an answer, derive a solution. Why? So we can follow a logic and so that we can trace back our steps if we ever get lost. What happens is, this is a common candidate problem. Mr. Mulia sent out an email. Poof, bam, email comes through. What does it say? Here's all the stuff I need to read for the study guide, or all the stuff, SIRE, study aid, here's the board notices, here's the fees guideline. Then you start. Okay, let's go. First one, second one, third one. At the time of you finishing, you would have read maybe like 25 documents and have no recollection of anything in them because the information is not structured well. Recall, we are human beings, right? I'm not an AI yet. I'm a human being, and the way that human beings remember things is by structuring information to keep meaning. We structure it in a meaningful way. That's like a semantic approach. You know, it's like when you say something, what's the connotation? You say, I love you, Liffy. And then when you think of Liffy, you think of your partner in your face, in your mind. Let's hope you're not thinking of other people's partners, but your partner in your mind. You have a connotation to the word love and care and these terms of endearment. It's the same thing we do as humans. But if you're a machine, you don't have that. You just retrieve. You have a whole lot of information, you just extract it, you read it, great. The machine doesn't understand in the way we do. And so it's important for you to not read through your documents, the SIRE study guide, the SACAP study guide, the SIAP study guide, all of the stuff that Mr. Moody has sent through. You can't just read that stuff one by one in a sequential order and think that you're going to recall it. It's not going to help you. You have to have a frame of understanding, which is why we're using first principles to show you how was that framework derived, and so you can move through them, okay? If you're scared yet, don't worry. We're going to get through this fear. I'm just trying to get you on the things that I want you to understand. IDOW, fees calculation, SANS strategy. That's what we're talking about today. Now, I will be talking about this stuff, but our presenter, Ms. Mullah, will be talking about these in detail and a little bit more. So let's go through this from the very beginning quickly. Attitudes. Look at that beautiful light and space that SACAP has used in the background there. Hey, look at us, catching your eyes already. Visual people. The thing is, we are visual people, and we do get distracted by the aesthetics, the appearance, and we often follow diagrams better than words, which is why in this lecture, there's as little words as possible. Or if there are words, it's diagrammatic. It's like when you are annotating a construction set of working drawings. Eh? It's very diagrammatic in nature. It's a projection that has annotations in it, 2D representations. Sure, pardon me, just need to make sure the hair is looking good. Hey, this is getting recorded. Here's the thing you need to ask yourself when you're in this exam. I am doing this because why? Is it for me just the next step? Is it to leverage a promotion at work? Is it to open a practice? Or is it perhaps some sort of self-actualization goal? And I'm mentioning this because as much as perhaps what might be said is obvious, you get to a part when you are studying or in the exam where you're not looking for motivation anymore. There's no amount of affirmations. I am so good at memorizing stuff, I will remember. There comes to a point where no matter what you have done, you will forget it or the strain will catch up to you. And so you need to be able to understand that this is a you thing. This is not your wife who troubled you last night and didn't have a good sleep because she was so upset that you were studying late, or it's not your kids' fault because they had stuff they had to do this evening and you had to help them with their homework so you couldn't study. It's not anybody else's fault, and it's not anybody else's responsibility. It is your responsibility. Now, I'm not trying to lecture you as students. I'm trying to tell this to you as candidates because I recall not only the candidates I've come across and not only the students I've come across, but I know myself. And that's the starting point of this. Do you know yourself? And I'm going to spend the next 2 minutes about this before you fall asleep and before you think, what the hell is this man talking about? You need to know yourself. Why? Because it is you that you're going to have to rely on in that paper. And so the method in which I'm approaching this, although it's maybe generic in the way it's presented, you need to figure out what does this mean for yourself and note that. And as some of you like, sure, Akeem, you want me to sit in the mirror and take a look and talk to myself? You think I'm crazy? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you need to understand these subconscious drivers in your mind. Because if you're just doing it because it's the next step, it's very, very unlikely that you are going to have the resilience when things get tough. When it's the night before the exam and you didn't go over a segment, you're going to be like, leave it. Okay? Or when it is in the paper and you're like, hey, you know what? I think I need to give up now. You realize that what I am studying is pending a household transformation. It is going to change the fundamental nature of how much I earn in this household. We'll talk about that just now. How much I earn in this household and how the dynamics of this household is going to run. My kid is going to be able to have the opportunities I did not have because I'm going to move up on the scale. I didn't have these things when I was younger, but I'm trying to create a better life for my family. Or I know the difficulties that others have went through, and I'm not going to go through the same thing again. I'm going to make sure I overcome this. So when you get these small little problems in your mind that are going to prevent you from passing the exam, that tell you you are not doing this because you are doing this and you are not going to pass, or the things that tell you I'm not good enough, or the things that like that anxiety, that monkey on your back, you're going to be able to combat that because you are relying on yourself. And you need to do that. Have a conversation, understand the drivers. Perhaps the best way I can say this to you is you need to look at yourself as a person you are looking after. If you can look at yourself as a person that you are responsible for looking after, then you will know what to do. Because you wouldn't give bad advice to one of your candidates or your students or your employees or your interns or somebody you love. You need to have that kind of empathy for yourself so that you can move on. Make sense? Okie dokie smoky. All right. We're going to talk about the 7 steps and I'm providing a framework. So for now, the next 15, 20, 30 minutes or whatever the case is, I want you to clear out all of the baggage, all of the stuff. Oh man, I got bills I got to pay tomorrow. Man, this client didn't answer me yet. Or last night, me and Leafy didn't have a very good conversation. It was a bit of an argument. Okay? Or you're like, you know what? My son is a little bit sick and it's really stressing me out. I don't know if those things are going to be fine. But what I can tell you is if you spend the next few minutes or hours, whatever it is, together with myself and Ms. Mullah and the SACAP team, we know that at the time when it comes to the exam, you will sort of have the preparation to be okay. I can't guarantee all the stuff in your life is going to work out, but I can tell you that there's a high probability if you listen to the things being said, you will ease your anxieties, you will be able to feel competent, and the greatest thing is you will have confidence when going into that exam. Confidence allows you to extract and withdraw from all of that information that might be in your mind and allow you to write this examination. Even when you don't know the answer, and that's the best thing about confidence, because it withdraws from something deep within you to allow the resources at hand, the very little resources you might have, just your memory, and extract it and get that answer for you. So chill, for the next 15, 20 minutes, pretend you're watching a series, albeit this is a very sad series. It's like one person talking over slides. But hey, such is the life of a Netflix binger. Okay, I hope you can see all of this. I'm going to just minimize a bit here and try and put some things aside, trying to make this a bit smaller. Okay, you might not be able to see it in its entirety, but I'll zoom out just now. The PPE examination. What is it? How is it structured? Where did it come from? Is it an animal? Okay, maybe it's the kind of animal you need to beat, right? You need to overcome. The PPE examination is broken into 2 papers. Oh, what? And then you look at the count of people today and you see it's a bit lower than yesterday. And then you're like, yo, maybe people didn't know there were 2 papers. You're like, yo. So just message your friends quickly and tell them there's a second webinar going on today. Did you forget? There's 2 papers. The first one is a closed book one. Closed book does not mean memorize, although that helps. Memorization is a coping mechanism. Closed book means I need to withdraw on the knowledge that I have within me to tackle these problems. And the second one, which you might not be able to see too well on my screen, let me just see if I can move it upwards here. There we go. Is paper 2, open book, constructing a building. You can see there. There are 7 steps here. And yes, it's not named 1 to 7, but we'll get to that just now. The PPE exam is structured on this. Step 1 to 6 is stuff you know. And your examinations from 1 to 7 is based on stuff you know. They just split it in paper 1 and paper 2. And what you can see from the beginning, high school, all the way to opening a practice, you can see that's contained in paper 1. I'm going to be helping you do that today. Yesterday, you would have been looking at paper 2 and constructing a building on the contracts related to that, and a little bit of the legislation around it as well. Now, if you have a look at this information here, what you can see is there's a lot you need to do for paper 1. And in paper 2 is not solely focused on constructing a building. It's not solely focused on JBCC. It's going to draw on all of your knowledge from paper 1 as well and use it in paper 2. But there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to relate to contracts in JBCC. Cool? Now you're going to be like, oh, Akil, is this what the paper is about? I'm going to tell you, yes, it's primarily about these things, not in its full entirety. This is just to give you an abstract overview of all the stuff that's covered. This is how the paper is structured to draw from this knowledge. And you're like, oh, so Akil, what you are telling me is that the stuff in this examination, they're testing me on things I should know and I kind of do know and I have a rough, general, blurry understanding of. Yes. Why would SACAP test you on something you have no idea about? It's about your field. Why would anybody test you on something you don't have any knowledge on if you are within that particular field? Okay? That's just mean. So you're like, but Akil, I don't know everything about the Architectural Professionals Act number 44 of 2000. Or Akil, I don't know everything about MTRs. Or Akil, I don't know anything about SACAP's 10 competencies. That's cool. Nobody expects you to know all of them. We just expect you to have a general understanding. And in fact, you should have that expectation of yourself, because in order for you to be able to best advise those who are upcoming in the field, those who are moving on to the next segment, those who are going to be the next generation, and in order to deliver the best service, you should know about all of this stuff, because it's there to protect the public, which is SACAP's responsibility, but it's also yours. As a professional, because many people, and I always have this rant, if you hear me, even if you had to ever hear any of the other lectures I've given at other places, I'll be like, you don't get a professional barber. And then somebody slaps me from the audience. Bah! I was like, yo, bruh. It's like, my mother's a professional barber. It's like, okay, cool. I'm not saying she's not good at what she does. I'm saying that the word professional is specifically reserved for those things that are professions. And what are those things that are professions? Those are usually things that are legislated by government to be called professions. And professionals, people belong to the profession, generally have a responsibility towards the public. It is your responsibility to protect the public. So a doctor, a lawyer, an architect, an engineer, all of those things, those are professions. Okay? It's not really a profession if it isn't legislated to protect the public. And you're like, Akil, I'm going to debate you on that. I was like, cool, whatever. We'll have this argument later. On arguments. Some of you are here, it's like, yeah, Akil, I don't need to listen to all of this stuff. You know what? SACAP should have done this, and SIRE should have done that, and our schools of architecture should have done that. And I'm like, great, I agree with you. You should definitely have, you should generally move beyond the system and go back and improve it. Agree with you. But fight the right battles. You know, first fight the small battle. Let's pass the PPE, then move beyond that, then go back into academia or go back into the voluntary association or go back into practice or whatever it is and change your field there. I want you to win the big battles, but you've got to pass the small ones first. Otherwise you're just fighting with yourself. Like, yeah, this is not how we do it in the office place. And I'm like, I hear you, but you want to pass the exam, right? He's like, yeah, obviously. So then I can move on. It's like, okay, pass the exam, win the battle, then we move on. Okay, enough with me talking here. You're probably going to ask me what these 7 steps are about. And let's just move this a little bit further down here. Here are the 7 steps. Now, on the right-hand side, what you can see is the 7 steps with a little bit of annotation. You can see in red the word architectural. I'll tell you why now. And on the left-hand side, you can see there's SACAP. And you can see, sorry, on the left-hand side, you can see it says how far along you. These are general topics in the examination. These have been extracted from of your syllabus. It's not everything, but it's a very general idea. And then you're like, wow, Wakil, look at this diagram. Where did it come from? And I'll tell you, look at the bottom right corner there. It says the Professional Practice Examination Guideline 2024. You know this thing. You should have gotten it. And if you didn't, well, I'm sure you will get it soon. So what am I telling you here? I'm telling you here, there's a framework. You need to understand that from 1 to 7, the stuff that you are learning, all the accent, blah, 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 all of the stuff is related to steps 1 to 7. And this is somehow, or this is a way to help you structure that information. And why am I telling you this again? Remember, you're not a machine. Need to catch my breath there. A machine can retrieve information. A machine, you can look at the information and you can feed it to the machine and you can say, get me this, like how you do a search on your phone in your contact list for your friends, just type in their name, Akio, pops up. Because it's just retrieving. But a human being must make meaning. And the meaning, 1 to 7, is how we structure that information. So you can recall it. This is one of your best coping mechanisms in the exam because you will see a question, you're like, what the hell is this question talking about? If you can see the main points of the question and allocate them to one of the steps, you will be able to hopefully extract from that database of knowledge in your head, relate to that step and answer the question. I'm giving you coping mechanisms here. Okay, now what I want you to do before I move on to the next segment, which is going to be deriving a profession, I want you to go and open the book, The Professional Practice Examination, which I'll share on the screen just now. And there are some shorts there and there are videos. On this particular segment, there's a short, by the way, for anyone who is social media challenged, like myself. A short, as my sister tells me, who is about 10, more than, about a decade younger than me, she tells me that a short is a very, wait, let me get this right. A short is a trailer for a video that's on YouTube. So a short is just giving you a very small, important part of it so that you can watch it. Some of you in the audience like, is that Brad dinosaur? Did he say trailer? What the hell is wrong with him? So go through the short. It's about a minute or so long. Process the information that's there, and we're moving on to the next part. So while you're doing that, I'm just going to check in with Ms. Muller. Ms. Muller, I'm going to give you direction after deriving a profession so that you can take them a bit further into legislation. Cool with you, Ms. Muller?
Yes, that's good.
Beautiful,
Welcome,
beautiful.
candidates. Thank you for joining us today. And let's have a fun-filled learning experience.
That's it, Yasmin. Like you said, let's have fun when we on the way to passing this examination. Sorry, my camera is a little bit offbeat there. I'm not sure why. Okay, so you're busy watching that short. Okay? In that short, you hear some discussion on those points. Beautiful. You're listening. Beautiful. Let's move on. Okay, you heard some of it. Great, I'm happy. Why the shorts are there is because they only a few seconds long, 20 seconds to a minute. That stuff you should memorize. Oh, by the way, memorize. Okay? And you're like, Akil, I can't memorize all of that. Yes, you can. You can memorize a lot of stuff. Don't you know Swifty's latest song, Scarf in Red, or whatever the case is? Okay? Or whatever I don't know what it is that you listen to, but you know the lyrics to your favorite song after listening to it like 3 or 4 times. I'm pretty sure if you had to read this 3 or 4 times, you will remember it. It's association that you need to make with it. I'm not saying you need to go rap mode or something and listen to some Kanye and then memorize this. I'm saying you can make a plan. You just lie to yourself when you say you can't memorize. Akil, I'm so bad at memorizing. That's not true. You know my name, and you probably only heard my name yesterday. Hey, but you know my name. Okay, let's go for it. Deriving a profession. So We're saying there's these 7 steps, but where did they come from? It's a question we need to ask ourselves. So when you're deriving a profession, coming up with them, we're starting from a basis saying there was no profession. Why the hell did we get these 7 steps and where did they come from? It's very logical to see how these 7 steps are, but why are they there? It's a very good question to ask. By the way, if you want to ever reinvent yourself, or if you want to figure out how do companies like NVIDIA and Tesla and the rest of them become billion or trillion dollar companies, it's because they use first principles reasoning to reinvent themselves. They are deriving what are the principles of a company, of a business, of an extraction system to extract money from an economy. They're deriving what is it that their business actually does. And then they interpret it for a time where new technologies are available. So I'm saying to you that first principles reasoning is a very good way to think, because it's a way to reinterpret the field or yourself for a new time. When there's technologies like artificial intelligence around, or extended realities, or 3D printing, or computational design, whatever the case is, or alternate realities, you can reinterpret the field every time a new technological revolution comes around, or it's a new social wave, a new social movement. It can be reinterpreted if you think about it from first principles reasoning. I'll give you an example because you're talking about deriving the profession. Here on the left-hand side, you can see is apartheid in gray, and on the right-hand side, you can see it's post-apartheid. We are following this diagram from left to right. On the left-hand side, you can see we're talking about there's everything that happened in apartheid, especially the Act 35 of 1970, which was the Architects Act. By the way, hint to you, memorize the act names and numbers. And you're like, Akil, I have to memorize the year and the number? Yes, it's not me. I didn't write these acts. And I'm not saying that, you know what, it's the best thing in the world to memorize, like your beloved's name. I'm saying you got to do this so you can pass. And yes, you can argue me like, Akil, the competence and the measurement of my worth is not based on how much you can memorize. I didn't say that. I'm saying if you want to pass, then do these things to help you cope when the times are tough. Resilience. 3 things I generally used to tell students when I used to lecture was 3 things you need is independence, self-reliance, and resilience. If you got those things, you should be pretty good to manage in the world where no one's able to help you. Anyhow, apartheid on the left-hand side. We all know, or we should know, what apartheid was about because we're here as South Africans. And if you're not a South African, you should read up on apartheid. It's pretty hectic stuff. Anyhow, on the left-hand side, and I make no light comment of the situation, it's completely savage. And you should allow yourself to understand the sensitivities and the complexities of the old regime. So apartheid in itself, we also had the Architects Act number 35 of 1970. In that act, it only spoke about architects, and it was legislation and regulation around architects. And here's something for you to think about very quickly. Here, I'm going to stop my screen sharing so you can look at me in the eye. What I'm mentioning here, sorry, there's my camera. And that's to you who's watching this in the future because you missed Saturday's session. Yes, I'm talking to you. You should have attended today. Now, what I'm talking about here is I'm saying that legislation is there to govern people. Eh? Legislation from the word legislature. And if you look at liture, it's like slab, liture, leg, legislation, legume, a portion of. We're talking about like a slab, a slate, tablet. You can hear the AB sounds there. Okay? So we're talking about a tablet, like how you might know if you refer to any biblical studies of the 10 Commandments given, and it was on a slate, on a tablet, right? So we're talking about legislation. It's like a slate, a tablet that's governing things. Now, legislation governs things because in a society where there is no government, meaning there is no governance, people are not being regulated, things will fall to chaos. And so you, as a person, there's a lot of us that can draw and design and build things. Legislation allows us to conform and protect each other. It's not there to be a hindrance. It's there for protection. And so this is the case for you just finishing campus last year. You know what's happening? You're coming out and you get your first job, and then you see this tax, and then you're like, oh no, I got to pay for food, and I got to pay for petrol and rent. What the hell is this? Welcome to adulthood. They call that adulting. And now you're like, is there no one I can turn to help me live this life? And some of you who are here, adults for like 40, 50 years, 60 years, you're like, shame, these young ones, hey? you who are adulting for so long need to realize that there isn't really, after you get to a point, like say maybe you're in your 20s or 30s or whatever the case is, you get to a point and you take over roles of people that used to lecture you or run practices before. Now you are the person running the practice, or you the person lecturing, or you the person in charge. You're like, yo, who's there to help me? That's where legislation comes in. Legislation is there because human beings are not too good at adulting. We don't know sometimes what to do in scenarios. So a whole group of people came together and decided what's good for the profession and for society and said, here's the rules we're establishing so you can adult a little bit less. You can just be a bit chill. Whenever there's a scenario that comes up, you're like, what legislation or regulation must I refer to? Instead of you trying to work out now, yo, what am I supposed to do? Whose feelings am I hurting? Who am I harming? Who am I causing risk to cause problems? So, or who am I risking? Whose life am I risking? Okay? Okay, cool. Now that you looked at me in the eye, and you who didn't make it today, make sure you listen to the rest of it too. Let's go for it. I'm going to go back here. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. No, man. Not cooperating. There we go, cooperation. So we're saying here on the left-hand side, the Architects Act 1970 only spoke to architects. And on the right-hand side, in a post-apartheid South Africa, when we abolished the apartheid regime, we now had to look on creating a new South Africa, one which is inclusive, one which is diverse, one which is equitable. Now, you might be sitting there, yeah, Akil, we just as bad as we were before. There's nothing really changed. We have horrible problems here. We got things like load shedding, Akil. Look at that. We have bad service delivery, blah, 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 blah. I get you. I'm saying these are the values post-apartheid that we are trying to abide by. Okay? Equity, fairness, inclusion, all of these things. So the Constitution, as you can see there, Act 108 of 1996, was put in place now to try to move on from there. And from the Constitution, it gave birth to a lot of babies. Those babies, we're going to call them the acts within the built environment. So, sorry, I'm just checking for my time again here very quickly. Beautiful. We're looking here, and you can see the CIDB that's there, the Construction Industry Development Board. We have the Constitution. We're saying this is a new South Africa. Let's get all the people involved in the construction industry together. By the way, I'm giving the scenario. Maybe it's not factually accurate in terms of the order, chronological order in which these things happen. I'm trying to give you a very good understanding that you can compartmentalize and keep with you. So the CIDB established. Okay, and you can see there, Act 38 of 2000, getting all the guys from the construction industry and said, let's figure out a way to make the future of South Africa great. Okay, and then you can see from there, there's a whole lot of other acts that follow, like the Architectural Act, like Act 43 of 2000, which is the Council for the Built Environment. So there's all these people that are looking towards the development, like infrastructural development, and you're like, let's establish a council for the built environment. Not just the construction industry development, but a specific council for the built environment. It's going to give us direction on how we should act and practice when we are practicing. Which then, as you can see from Act 44 all the way to Act 49, talks about each one of those professions, the architecture profession, the engineering profession, and all of the others that follow on from there. And from that act, you can see that it talks, the act that came into effect on the 1st of December 2000, by the way, you should know that, like, commit to memory. This particular act is now primarily what our paper 1 is going to be, or not primarily, in a very good portion, paper 1 is going to discuss about. Because it's telling us that there's people who have come before us that have given good thought in the principles, the values that we should have as a profession, and the best practices to protect the public. This is what we should do, right? And that's why you need to memorize this stuff, because you need to understand where we came from, so that you know where we're going to. I'm pretty sure you don't know that much about the Construction Industry Development Board if you were born like post 2000, or yeah, I'm guessing some people here probably born in 2003, 4, probably the youngest that are here, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so now that you know that, you're going to say, oh, okay, who are you? Can you tell me a little bit more about these other professions? And I'm going to be like, yes, cool. They are epic. Al-epic. Okay? Like al in Arabic means the, and EPPQ is like pronounced epic. Now, why am I telling you this? That's just like a, what's the word? Can't get the right word for it now. Not misnomer. It's a thing to help you, like abbreviations, right? It's to help you remember each of the professions. The Architectural Act, the landscaping, architectural, the landscape architects, and the engineers, and so on and so forth. This diagram here is the composition of the Council for the Built Environment. You can see at 44, 45, Don't ask me why they didn't put it in order. They should have went 44, 45, 46, then the bottom, 47, 48, 49. That's the architect's pedantic issue, right? I don't know why I didn't put it in order. Don't ask me. It's there. Where did I get this from? It's from SACAP's Annual Review 2021. It's a beautiful diagram because it has the logos of each of the professional bodies. Professional bodies, again, established to protect the public and to be able to give some regulation for us as architectural profession. So we know how to act. So we don't have to figure out on our own, what do we do in the circumstance? Okay, you can see there's 44, 45, 46 there, 47. You should learn this. And then you're like, Akil, where can I find this diagram? It's so beautiful. In your guide. That's why the guide features in the bottom right corner. It's like this. I don't know if you guys have been watching some of these YouTube or Netflix series where there's like an intermission and it goes boom. And whenever you see this thing in the bottom right corner, it's like boom. Oh, there's it coming from that guide. So that's where you can find it. So now that I've spoken about that and all this legislation, I'm going to keep quiet because we're going to have Ms. Mulla that's going to take us into a bit more detail. And I'm going to catch my breath. I think I've been talking for a while. Ms. Mulla, how are you feeling? You good to go? You ready for this thing?
Yes, I'm ready. Thanks.
Beautiful. Okay, when you share, I'll tell you if it's working. And if it's not working, I'll shout.
Okay, let's go. Can you see?
Fantastic. I can see it. Beautiful. Ms. Mulla, you can go for it. I'm hoping that you'll take about 10 to 15 minutes on yours. Then I can progress through mine. Afterwards,
Okay.
again, I'll give context and then you go into specificities.
All right. Okay,
Beautiful.
welcome, guys. When I mean guys, I'm meaning guys and girls, just as a general. This is what my presentation is going to be based on. So welcome and introduction, legislation. We're going to go through the CPD, Code of Conduct, companies and tax. Oh, we all don't like tax, but we have to know about it. References and the end, right? And after companies and tax, there is going to be a section where there's going to be a question and answer, and we will be taking your questions during that time. So let me just try and make the screen a bit bigger. Right. Welcome. So when you enter the space, learning is fun, cooperation is expected, and I'm putting emphasis on cooperation here. Our positive attitude and mutual respect are part of everything we do and say. I have activities for you to do and as well as complete and participate in. I would really appreciate that you humor me and you complete them and you do them. Even if you know it, what's the harm? And if you don't know it, well and good, at least there is something that you are going to learn from. So I really would appreciate if you guys would participate when doing the activities. So as Akil has spoken a lot on is legislation. So basically this is our rule book. It's a guide of how we perform in our practice. So what is the need for regulation and establishment of legislation? So basically, as Akil has said, it's a legal framework to support the integrity and consequences of actions of the professional. Okay, before I move on, it is here to ensure our best practice, right? To give off what we can do the best of our own knowledge, our own profession. A regulation is about making things regular, setting rules that guide us how to behave in society. In a democracy, regulations are typically created by elected representatives. So we all will vote for somebody to represent us, and that is how those bodies have now created those regulations, and like governments, councils, and other organizations, to determine what is best for society as a whole. So like also Akino mentioned, it comes from the Constitution Act, and the Constitution Act gave birth to the Council of the Built Environment Act number 43 of 2000. Please make note of these dates of the terms and the terminologies, as well as once the Council for the Built Environment Act has now been established, there were more bodies under this council, and one of them is architectural professional Act 44 of 2000, and that is where SACAP comes in. Then we have landscape professions, engineering professions, South African Council for Property Valuers, South African Council for Project Management and Construction Management profession, and for the QS profession. So this is just a brief summary of what we have already been through. Okay, so Council for the Built Environment Act number 43 of 2000. This act establishes the CBE and outlines its roles in coordinating the various professional councils in the built environment, advising the government and promoting public interest in the built environment sector. Like we said, this gave birth to Architectural Professional Act number 44 of 2000, which is SACAP, right? The Council for the Built Environment, this act establishes the outlines and the roles coordinating the various professional councils in the built environment. So they are responsible for every type of council under the Built Environments Act. There are several acts which we've been through, as well as they are setting the standards. So definitions, right? I just popped up few definitions. If you go into the Council of the Built Environment Act 43 of 2000, you will see there's a whole long list of these definitions. You need to know them. You don't only need to know them for the exam, you need to know them as a professional, as somebody who is practicing. So you need to make reference to them. So built environment profession, councils for the professionals. The council for the professions means you must be able to understand and explain what these definitions mean to you. So what was the purpose? It was created because it needed to be there needed to be an establishment of a jurisdicted person to be known as a council for the built environment, to provide for the composition, functions, powers, assets, rights, duties, and financing of such a council, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Again, you will find this purpose in the CBE document. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's on the first page. So it is something you should take note of. What is its purpose? And what are some of the objects of the CBE? So, promote and protect the interests of the public in the built environment. So this is basically what its main function is, to protect the public. Promote and maintain a sustainable built environment and natural environment. Promote ongoing human resource development in the built environment. Facilitate participation by the built environment professions in integrated development in the context of national goals, and promote appropriate standards of health, safety, environmental protection within the built environment. Again, I just popped up a few of these objects of the council. You should actually go through this section and look through them, identify them, and see how you can identify with them. The next one is you also get okay, so it's sorry, one back. Functions, powers, and duties of the council. So the council also has certain functions that they need to perform. They are given certain powers by the government, as well as they have certain duties to adhere to. So some of them are advise the government on any matter falling within the scope of the built environment, including resource utilization, socio-economic development. Another one is public health and safety and the environment, and for this purpose, carry out such investigations as it is relevant for the minister deemed necessary. Communicate with the Minister for information on public importance acquired by the Council in the course of the performance of the functions of the Act. Some other duties and functions are it makes recommendations to the minister on the compositions, functions, assets, rights, employees, or financing of the council. Advise the minister with regards to amendment of this act if necessary in order to support the norms and values of the built environment profession, facilitate any intermissible cooperation concerning issues relating to the built environment. Now, basically, if we went through this, the council is like an intermediate body between the professions or the professionals and the government. And from the public to the professionals to this council to the government. So in that way, there is a link or a process in order to get what you need to get from the government in an orderly legislative way, in a standard set of methods. So if the minister comes to realize, oh my word, we have had so much floods in Durban, in Umhlanga, the roads have all collapsed. What is the problem? And then that's where the council will come in, that will highlight to the professional bodies, we need to get a data on this, and that is how the minister will get their data and feedback and provide that then to the government and to the president in most cases. So what are some other duties and powers of the CBE? Take a note of this, look at it quick, because it's going to be going soon and we are going to be going on to an activity. And please, I expect your cooperation on this one, and I will really appreciate if you humor me and do them. Right, definitions, built environment, council. Councils for the profession means the, number 2, name some of the objects of the council. And number 3, what are some other functions, powers, and duties of the council? Now, when doing this, please do not open up your documents. You need to have it closed, put away, and I need to know from you, well, more like you need to know from yourself, what is your understanding on these basic principles. Write it down. It is for your own reference. Make a quick note. It can be in shorthand, whatever. It's just a quick idea of how you identify with these definitions and with the terms and terminologies. And I will give you about 2 minutes for that, and then we will go on to the answers. And then after that, you can have a look at the answers, but please don't, no cheating, no peeping. This is your own personal test. Let's get cracking. I'll give you 2 minutes. At 11:04, we will stop. Okay, it's 2 minutes fine for them, according to your time.
I think 2 minutes is good. While that's happening, I'm gonna do the little psychological evaluation in the meanwhile. So you tell me when it ends, all right?
Okay.
Yasmin, tell me that 2 minutes is up. I think it'll be 11:04. So if you really want to focus, you can put me on mute, and then you can just see this the whole time. Okay. But if not, and you want to listen to what I have to say, just based on this. The Architectural Professionals Act is a very, very comprehensive, very long act. And although you don't have to commit the entire thing verbatim to memory, you do have to know a significant portion of it. There are key words that you need to memorize from specific things. And so this definitions example here give you an idea of how much of text it is that you should know. I would advise that you must understand in principle what's happening and then look at keywords to write down. I'm not going to tell you any keywords because just now somebody's going to watch your video afterwards and be like, Akil said, the word council is coming out. And in the paper, I'm only studying the word council. And afterwards, I'm going to hold him accountable in the exam. I'm just telling you, there's a lot of definitions. I would advise you commit to memory in a way that is meaningful to you. By, again, memorizing stuff, it allows you the ability to go into an examination knowing that you have an idea of what's going on. Whereas if you're going in there and you're going to wing it, you're going to really struggle, and the anxiety of the unknown is going to place pressure on you. And these tips that we are advising you on is to minimize the amount of pressure you will deal with on the day of the examination.
You know something, Akil, just on that
Yeah.
note,
Yeah.
because we're in the architectural profession, planning is our number one priority because that is
You're
our
right.
bread and butter. So if you can't plan your study method, if you can't plan your study guide or your own study schedule, how
Yeah.
are you going to plan a building? You
No,
understand what I'm saying?
you talk
It's
sense, Yasmin.
like because it is our bread and butter, it is what's ingrained from us from the very first time you enter that university. You are a planner. That is the basic need. You have to be a jack of all trades and a master of all of them as well at the same time. In most cases, you are the lead and everybody will look up to you. So your confidence, your ability to plan, to foresee any challenges, any problems that may arise, it is on to you as a person to identify them and to progress and to take on those challenges and not to pass the buck on to anybody because after all it is you are writing it, it is your words, it is your responsibility. Just when you get that you know that your SACAP what number, you are now responsible for all the work that you have put out. So it's a very big responsibility and it should really be taken into consideration.
I hear you, Yasmin. I think the even just from what you said, maybe the most valuable thing you also mentioned is the foresight. And like when you're going to the exam, you must know yourself. You must know that you're going to stress on the day of that examination. You must know that I'm only going to have so much of time. It's that foresight that is what's so important. And yeah, I definitely agree with you, Yasmin. I think we should start a podcast, Yasmin. What you say? Hey?
Yeah, that'll be so
Yeah.
fun. And we can get some candidates to come in and participate with us. How's
Good
that?
idea. Good idea. Hashtag
All right.
hashtag. Ah man, I'll come up with a hashtag, but cool. Over to you.
Architecture for life.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, guys, time is up. Your limit is done. Here is your answers. If you don't have the document, the CBE document in front of you, you can take a quick snapshot of this, but basically this is the answers. This is just some. I just popped up few because of time, just to give you a brief understanding of your own knowledge. You test yourself and you see how well you can do in answering these questions. Take a quick snapshot, a screenshot, photo. You can always refer to them at a later time. It's just that we are pressed for time and we want to get out as much as possible for you guys.
Yeah. I think, Yasmin, before you move on to the next segment, I'm going to take over again, and then I will hand over back to you. So just these answers, and then I'll take over for it.
Okay, then I'll go on to the Architectural Profession Act after you.
Yeah, we'll move on to that.
Like I said, this is just some of the answers, guys. If you want everything, it is in your documents. You have to go through them, right?
Thanks,
okay,
Yasmin.
back to you.
Right, back to me. You know, I quite like this. I think that the clarity of the voice comes through because of these little microphones. It sounds like, when you say back to me, it sounds like I'm piloting a plane here. So let's be that co-pilot and take you back into other places. So what I'm sharing with you now, remember I told you very quickly in the beginning, I told you that there's three things you need to have. You need to be paying attention to the slides on the screen. You need to have your SACAP study guide with you, and you need to have some notes to take down on the screen, or some notes to take down whatever you think is meaningful to you. Now, what Yasmin has just shown you now, if I zoom in, and you know, peeps, this guide has been designed to accompany the workshop. So if you're not using the guide, then you're kind of missing out on the full experience of the workshop as well. By the way, I'm going to tell you why I mentioned podcast just now in terms of how it's relevant to what we're doing here. Example questions here. You can see, what does the term actively practice refer to in the Act? What does the term prescribe refer to in the Act? And by the Act, we're referring to the Architectural Professionals Act. And so the questions that are here are referring to what Yasmin was just showing you. She just elaborated on it more. Now, if you're using this guide together with what Ms. Mullah has said, you'll be able to have a very comprehensive idea of what's going on. Okay, but why I took over from Yasmin very quickly is because I want to bring to your attention something here. In question number 6, and I'm discussing it specifically for the purpose of those who feel intimidated, is those who are maybe a little bit older or those who are quite technologically averse. And we'll talk a little bit about attitudes in the profession just now. But I'm going to read this question to you because it falls under the same category. You have discovered a new artificial intelligence AI application, which is capable of producing working drawings and completing council submissions. Look at that. Hashtag replaceable. You would like to utilize it in your office to help reduce the workload. Sounds logical in a capitalist society. The latest insights from the mainstream is that artificial intelligence should be likened to or made similar or is kind of like an intern in the working environment. Taking this into account, would it be permissible to allow an AI intern to, 1, or A, submit plans to council in its own name, and B, draw plans in an office without supervision? And I'm here to help you. There's some of you are here is like, AI is the way. And some of you are like, this stuff really stresses me out because I feel like tomorrow I'm going to work and I'm going to see Arnold Schwarzenegger there, and he's going to be like, I'll be back, and then I won't be back, okay? And so this is to address it. Look at what the question is asking you. Blah, 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 blah. Would it be permissible to allow, and let's block out the word AI and say, from all the while, whatever it says AI, let's replace it with, I don't know, somebody's name. Let's say it's Akil for now. Akil the intern. Taking this into account, would it be permissible for Akil the intern to submit plans to council in his own name or draw plans in an office without supervision? Now, if I replace the AI with the word Akil, it's not so difficult. How's this? Check this out. You have discovered a new Akil, which is capable of producing working drawings and completing council submissions. You would like to use this Akil in your workshop. The latest insight is that Akil is actually an intern. So taking this into account, would it be permissible to allow Akil to submit plans and drawing plans? Don't be fooled because the question just mentions the word artificial intelligence. What happens is there's a sudden knee-jerk reaction because everybody's got an opinion on it. And somehow after ChatGPT in 2022, we have a whole lot of AI experts. And like, what are you, an expert in application, in developing it? Hey? Or a lot of people think they have an opinion and an idea. Don't let that emotional reaction cloud your thinking to what the question is asking you. The question is asking something very specific and specialized and interesting. Can you allow an intern to practice without supervision, and can they submit without having a professional registration? So let's look at the answer. No, in both cases, you would not allow the intern to do this. In the case of A, only registered persons under the category of professional can submit plans in their own name. And then in the case of B, all candidates, or say in this case, if AI is likened to a junior, because they're kind of telling you the AI is like an intern, they require supervision under a registered professional. So it's essentially saying you can't allow someone that's not a professional to submit plans, and someone who's an intern, they have to be supervised. Now, this is you going to the exam. Oh my God, the word artificial intelligence. I didn't study AI. How the heck should I know about this thing? 2 marks gone. And 2 marks would have been the difference between you passing and failing. So I want you to look at the question and move beyond what is an emotional response to you. And why am I telling you that? You're going to have an emotional response to a question that says, in the JBCC, blah, 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 blah. And you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't study JBCC because I only studied for paper 1. Maybe it's not asking you a specific thing about JBCC that's going to come in paper 2. It's just giving you some context. Read beyond the fear and the hype and look at what the question is asking. This question is asking you about the Architectural Professional Act and what does it say you can and cannot do under the Code of Conduct. That's what it's asking you about. Don't blind yourself to it. Okay, Yasmin, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back. Can you see my screen?
Yes, can see it. It says next.
Yes, let's get next. You know, there's a very nice store in the UK, Next. I hope they come to South Africa. It's my favorite.
Promoting Yasmin. We're not getting paid for that. They aren't sponsoring this video.
Okay,
right.
So the Architectural Profession Act number 44 of 2000. The Architectural Professional Act is in South Africa, was designed to provide for the establishment of powers and functions for the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. This act also sets standards for registering architectural professionals and firms, ensuring high standards and professionalism in the architectural sector. The purpose of SACAP is to protect the public, and hence its contents adjust to the responsibilities of the architectural practitioners accordingly. So basically, SACAP is there as a body to regulate all the professionals, to see that we are providing our best practice to the public, and that we adhere to all the rules and regulations. So a brief overview of SACAP is made up of these items: definitions, establishment and functions of the council, registration and practice, education and training, that's what we're on now, legal and disciplinary matters, general provisions, transitional provisions, and any odds and ends are provided. Okay, so why SACAP, and what is the purpose of SACAP? To provide for the establishment of a juristic person to be known as the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. It is there to provide for the registration of professionals, candidates, and any other specified categories in the architectural profession. It's there to provide for the regulation of the relationship between SACAP and the Council for the Built Environment, and to provide for any matters connected therewith. So again, like I said previously, you have the public, then you have the professionals, and you have then SACAP, right? And SACAP, if the professionals have any issues with the built environment, or if the public have any issues with a profession or the SACAP, then SACAP then reports to the Council for the Built Environment, and then the Council for the Built Environment, if necessary, reports to the minister, and that is the chain of management. So some definitions, again, we will find in the Act 44 of 2000. Again, don't open your act. These are things you should have come across. I hope you did. If you haven't, it is the first time you're seeing it. Look at it and try and identify what these words would mean to you, and just take note of these things, right? Again, these are just a very limited definitions that I've put out. There is a whole list of them in the Act, and you can always go through them at a later stage. Some other ones that I have not listed is committee, council, department, disciplinary tribunal, minister, prescribe, professional, and they all have their definitions linked to them. So go down here. Activity number 2, get your pens and papers ready, and let's get into it. So again, without cheating, no peeping, please. Accredit what it is. Provide the definition in your own terms, in your own terminology. What is accredit? Actively practice, CBE, registered person, and rule. So in your own terms, write it down. If you know the correct terms as according to the SACAP Act 44 of 2000, well and good, write down the correct terminology as well. So if you know it, write it down. If you don't know it, write what you think it is. I'm going to give you about a minute for this because it's quite short. And then we're going to go through to the answers, and I will continue.
Cool. Again, you're welcome to put us on mute so that you can continue with the question. There is some feedback that's coming through in the question and answers. So it says that we're rushing through some of the segments. So really appreciate the feedback. We will try to slow down a bit more. But I also just want to allow your thinking to be adjusted. Recall, we have been given direction by SACAP to host specific things in this workshop. And this workshop is really just trying to help you digest what's in the study guide. And so a lot of the information is in the study guide. You have to go through it. The study guide is written like for a human to read. It's not written like a textbook. It's written so that you can follow through on it, understand, ingest, and continue. If you miss something that we're saying here, you can always find it in the study guide. Maybe you won't find stuff that I said on, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what I said that's not in the guide now. But if I said some random stuff, like I generally might say, that's obviously not in the guide. But the stuff that's really important is obviously in the guide and is featured in this workshop. And so whilst I appreciate the feedback on going too fast, I also want you to take note that there's nothing here that you would fundamentally miss. This is just to help you ingest it. And we have about 4 hours to ingest a whole lot of content and give you direction and also help you realize that these are the things that people have struggled with before. And we're trying to lessen the struggle by giving you and pointing you in a direction and where you can find these answers. Okay, Yasmin, over to you.
Okay. So, okay, here's the answers. Take a snapshot. I'll just go through it. I'll just run through it. So, for example, a credit, it means the process of evaluation and recognition by the council for educational programs offered by the educational institutions relating to the architectural profession, and accreditation has a corresponding meaning. So, now look at your answer and look at this answer that is of the definition from the Act 44 2000. And even if, like in the exam, for example, you can't, if there is a definition on something, let's just say there is something on credit for hypothetical reasons, right? And you, in your panic state, you can't remember the whole thing. Think about what are the important factors of a credit. So, for example, it is the process of evaluation. So in order to accredit something, there has to be an evaluation on something. It needs to be recognized by the council. Recognized by who? So in this case, it is the council. Um, offered by educational institutions. So like what type of institutions? UKZN, VERT, all those things. Think about them as institutions relating to the architectural professions, and accreditation has a corresponding meaning. So accreditation, these are those key words that will pop up. So to get a broad understanding of something, even if you can't remember word for word, as long as you have a good understanding, a good idea of the terminologies, you can put them inside. And another thing as well, I'm coming from an education field. I am coming also as a previous lecturer. Never ever do you ever leave a question blank. So even if you don't remember something or you don't know something, write down whatever you think you're going to write, because half a mark is always better than no mark at all. And that half a mark is a difference between a pass and a fail. So for example, even if you don't know what rule means, just write down, say rule is a rule. For example, I hope I'm getting this through to you guys so you can understand. We want to see your key points. Do you understand what these terminologies mean? If you understand the words word by word for bottom for these definitions, by all means, write it down. But if you don't, write down what you think you know. Let me go on. So establishment of SACAP. Why was the council actually even established in the first place, right? It was there, the establishment of SACAP as a whole came into effect to regulate and promote the architectural professions in South Africa. This was necessary to ensure that architects adhere to professional standards, ethical code, and competency requirements. SACAP plays a crucial role in safeguarding the interests of the public by ensuring that architects meet certain standards of education, training, and practice. By regulating the architectural profession, SACAP helps to maintain the integrity and quality of the architectural services in South Africa, ultimately contributing to the safety and well-being of the public and the built environment. So, for example, I for example, I am a candidate architect, right? I can't go and call myself an architect because I am not a professional architect. I am a candidate architect. And in no way can I go and tell a potential client, yes, I can submit my plans to council. I can do this for you, because you are not a professional. Only when you reach a professional standard, that's the only way you will be able to call yourself a professional architect. So SACAP regulates this in so that not any if I can use a terminology and not to offend anybody in any way, it's just a normal common method of speech. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry off the street can come and say, oh, I can draw your plans for you, but they have no professional architectural training in any way. They are not a draftsman. They haven't studied a drawing. They haven't been to an accredited, and this is very important, an accredited institution, because there are lots of institutions out there that will say, yes, we can you can do an architecture course with us and you'll be an architect, and that is not true. They have to be registered. They need to be accredited, coming back to the word accredited, with SACAP in order for them to issue you that professional status. So what are some of the powers of SACAP? Take a note of this, guys. Some of the powers are administrative powers of council with regards to registration, powers of council with regards to fees and charges, and general powers of council. Now there are others. I just picked out few, and you need to refer to your SACAP Act 44 of 2004 for all the nitty-gritties. These are just some summaries and highlights, right? What are some of the duties of SACAP? Okay, so some of the duties are funds of the council and keeping and auditing of accounts. It reports to the CBE, committees of the council, categories of registration, and it holds registration itself. So there's something for you to do, to think, to ponder. What are some of the powers of council? What are some of the duties of the council? We went through them. I hope you were paying attention. No peeping, no cheating. Once again, let's go on to the quick activity 2.2. And this is with reference to SACAP 44 of 2000. Let's go.
How long
I'm
are you giving everybody?
you, how much you think? 30 seconds?
Shame
So
you
let's,
don't destroy them.
okay,
Just 1.5
okay,
maybe.
okay,
1.5
let's go
minutes.
2 minutes. 2
Oh,
minutes.
okay,
Let's
okay.
go 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Just on that, Yasmin, again, guys, you're welcome to put yourselves on mute whilst we have a small podcast discussion here. So, Yasmin, from the stuff that you're mentioning here, it's really interesting to note that there's a group of people that sat down some time ago and decided that this is how we're going to conduct affairs. Now, I know that there are many people here that might have critically evaluated it and thought this is not the best way to tackle it. But Ms. Mullah, you obviously said you were in practice and in academia for some time. And when you went back into academia, you must have reflected on what you thought was not delivered well, and you tried to change that, right?
Yes, that is
That-
primarily what I did. Just on one note, Mr.
yeah.
Khan, if you guys read the question here, and I want you to read it carefully. I am asking you to list 3 sub-powers listed under each power listed below. So I never give you those answers. Those answers are in the Act 44 of 2000. But what I want you to do is try and think back what these sub-powers could be and write them down. So this is your brain being activated. It is your level of knowledge. It's a quick test to yourself. If you don't know it, don't panic, mechanic. It is fine. You know what you need to work on. If you do know it, well and good. If you so, write down what you know. We're going to be going through each of these just now. Okay. Yes, Akil. Sorry about that.
No, it's actually part of what I was saying. So you experienced something and you went back to change it. It's the same thing I want everyone to do when they're watching this video again in the future. That's you who missed today. And that's you who's rewatching this. When you're going through all of this, and myself or Ms. Mullah or Mr. Kutza gave us questions or gave you questions to do, then put the video on pause at that point and try answering it. And then you realize your answer is not that good, then come back to it again later. It's the same idea of coming back and improving what was there before. It's an iterative approach. Don't feel because you couldn't answer the questions now that, okay, well, I need to go and study it. And then you study it and then you move on to the next segment. Study it, answer the question, come back. Each time improve every time. Don't forget to revisit. So Ms. Munda, I think it's probably about 2 minutes. Actually, maybe what I need to do is also just give like some sort of indication that I am talking again, and you can put yourself off mute.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we might just say the time so everyone follows the time.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's carry on, right?
Cool.
There's quite a lot, and I'm asking for 3 sub-hours, so I'm not sure if they would have finished. If you haven't finished, that is fine. It's just an idea, so you try and get to know, right? So some of the sub-hours you're going to find in the administrative powers of the council is to determine the remuneration of an allowances payable to its members or the members of any committee for the council after consultation with the CBE. So SACAP can't just go and just make their own willy-nilly remuneration or allowances. They need to always report and counsel with the Council for the Built Environment. They have somebody to report to. They also need to arrange for the payment of pension and other benefits to any staff of the council or the registrar and to his or her dependent on the termination of the service of a staff member of the registrar. They also need to determine where its head office must be situation or any other listed in the act. So if you're going to go and open that act, which you can do now if you have it with you, open it, get to this point, and you'll see there's a whole long list of these items. And go over them, brief yourself on them. Nobody's saying you have to know each and every one of them, but have a good understanding of it so that you are equipped with knowledge. Powers of council with regards to registration. Okay, so this is another one. So consider and decide on any application of registration. Prescribe the period of validity of the registration of a registered person. So you know we have a time limit on our certificates, and then we have to do CPD points and all of these things to get a renewal. So all of this comes in that form. Keep a register of registered persons and decide on the following items: the form of certificates and the register to be kept, the maintenance of the register of issuing of certificates, and the reviewing of the register and certificates, and the manner in which alterations may be affected. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay. Let's oh, sorry. Some of the powers of the council regards to fees and charges. So this is something also the powers of the council with regards to fees and charges. The council may, with regards to fees and charges which are payable to council, determine application fees, registration fees, annual fees, or portion thereof in respect of a part of a year. Again, guys, please open your act and go through all of this. There are lots and lots of information inside and lots of things for you to choose from. Powers of the council with regard to education in architecture. Subject to sections 5 and 7 of the Higher Education Act, it will conduct accreditation visits to any educational institution which has a department, school, or faculty of architecture. This comes back to what I've said previously. Not any institution can say, well, any institution can say they have a course on architecture, but that does not mean they are accredited and recognized by SACAP in order to give you that professional license or the candidacy title. So always you need to double make sure on all of this information that it is accredited. I'm continuing, but must conduct at least one such visit during its term of office. If the council does not conduct accreditation visit within that term of office, it must notify the minister accordingly and provide him or her with reasons as for the failure to do so. Again, SECAP has to report to the CBE and to the minister. So there's always a link and a method and processes to be followed. Either conditionally or unconditionally grant, refuse, or withdraw accreditation to all educational institutions and the educational programs with regard to architecture. They also have the power to consult with Council on Higher Education established in terms of the Higher Education Act of 1997 regarding matters relevant to the education in architecture. Some other powers are general powers of the council. They acquire, hire, maintain, let, sell, or otherwise dispose of movable or immovable property for the effective performance and exercise of its functions, duties, and powers. They also decide on the manner in which contracts must be entered into on behalf of the council. And the last one, but not least, perform any service with the competence if it's requested by any person or bodies of persons, including the state. So those are some of the powers of the council. And Akhil, back to you.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my headphones proper again. Thanks, Asmin. Much appreciated on the detailed account of what the Architectural Act and SACAP has to offer. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to give everybody about a minute or two just to collect themselves, gather themselves, and we are going to now, after the next segment, which we'll take a small break again at 12 to make sure everybody's doing okay and that we're on the same page. The one that you all came here for is probably fees calculation, I'm quite certain. That's the one you're like, well, that's the stuff we really need to get out. We are going to get there, but it's really important that you can cover the information that is going to provide the framework and the guideline for you to understand why the fees are there and why do they exist and so on and so forth. Now I'm going to mention you need to get out your notes part again. I'm going to share my screen on the notes segment just now. The notes segment is Paint, as I mentioned to you. And on Paint, we're going to be drawing and painting together to solidify the concepts we've just done. And we'll go again to the broad overview and see how this all fits in and then explain the application of it. So I'll give you about a minute or two. That means I'm not saying anything particularly useful. Just want to do a systems check quickly. So in about a minute or two, you can get together. If you need to run to the bathroom, I think it's maybe a good time to do that now, because we're going to have a slightly more extended break afterwards for you to get lunch or pick up your kids or whatever the case is. Mr. Mudley, are we still doing okay on time here? In your opinion?
We're okay on time. We just need to, at some point, give an opportunity to ask questions for a few minutes on what Ms. Mullah has outlined. And then thereafter we move on. And then at the end, we give them an opportunity again to just ask questions. I can see a number of questions coming on the chat. So we just need to address them on some of those concerns that they have.
Okay, cool, Mr. Muni. Thank you for expressing that. Going to move on in the next couple of seconds. I'm just trying to get all of my stuff in place here so that you can see it. So let's go for that very quickly. Give me a second. Ms. Marie, let me know if you are able to see the screen that I'm sharing once it is sharing.
I can see a screen now.
Okay, can you see Paint? I think it says prompt.
Yeah, prompt, yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much, Mr. Woodley. Okay. All right, peeps. So we're back, and I'm going to mention to you this small break is so that you can move over into your notes. It's important that you move between the study guide, you move onto the documentation, slides rather, that is on the screen, and then you move to your notes. A way to look at your notes again is for you to have it written as a conversation to yourself. a conversation to yourself means when you're writing notes and you need to refer to it again, you must be able to follow the logic. If you only wrote down what I said, that's like reading a transcript from a recording. That's not very helpful. You need to write down what you thought is meaningful, and you need to write it in a way that when you read it, it's like the page is talking to you. And so what I'd like you to take into account is the following. I have on my screen here a page which represents your notes in your journal, wherever it is. And the information we discuss now about the Architectural Professionals Act and SACAP and so on and so forth, that framework is like the first step of the segment. Here, I'm referring to this notes segment as my own notes, but you can also look at it as a sort of tool, a chatbot that you might have been using. You can see I've labeled this in the header in the top left as conversations with myself _GPT. A lot of you might know about ChatGPT, and this ChatGPT is the kind of thing I'm trying to simulate here. It's a chatbot in which you converse with it and gives you answers, okay? A machine that you talk to that gives you answers back. Let's imagine you put a prompt into ChatGPT, and your prompt was, as you can see here, help me pass the professional practice exam. That's what you put in. By the way, there are GPTs like the PPE GPT out there that can help you prepare for the PPE. But those are things that are supplementary. It's additional. This particular one here, if I was an AI and I'm giving you answers, this is probably the kind of things that I would tell you. AI acting independently and unbiased. We have some issues in the field. And so some of the issues that we have in the field are things like low fees, sometimes poor conduct. We also have what you might be combating now, irrelevance, meaning can a machine do a job better than myself? These are some of the issues in the field that we do experience. Well, I guess there's a few others as well, but we'll mention these ones for now. So this is what the AI has responded. We said, help me pass the PPE. And the AI said, well, you need to know what's the issues in the field. And the way that you tackle it is according to the following. So I'm just going to make this a little bit here. Oh, that's a very thin line. Just go here very quickly. So if you can have a look here, one of the ways to tackle some of these issues in the field is through looking at legislation, through looking at best practice, and through looking at contracts. What's happening is there are a number of issues that we experience on a daily basis, and we don't know how to necessarily resolve them in the best practice method. And so what's really important is that you know how to tackle it as a professional, because that's why the profession has been established, or the professional body, to help you navigate through this life as an architectural designer with a professional body who will hold you accountable, who has the who will give you directive, and the legislative framework that will support you in making good decisions. Essentially, the professional practice exam is about that. How do you stay and become and maintain yourself as a professional? How can you be approached whenever there's an issue? How do you resolve that? How do you take it on? Whenever there is something happening in the workplace, how do you treat your workers? When we are having an issue and we have to maybe potentially close down the business, how do we resolve that? Maybe you want to start your own business. What is the legislative framework that we go through? That's why these things exist. And so if I'm the AI giving you advice on these things, I would probably tell you, you need to ensure that you abide by the professional practices stipulated regulations or the policies or whatever the case is. And that's what this is primarily trying to do. Make sure that you respond within the context of a framework. It's not about just testing, oh, can you do working drawings really well? Or are you a very good designer? No, it's about being a professional, abiding to the rules of the profession. I hope that makes sense. What I would like you just to take note of here before we move on is this idea of low fees and irrelevance. And when I say low fees, I mean we are like the profession. As a profession, there is generally a complaint that we don't get paid that well. Some of the words I've heard are things like we are the lowest paid profession, or some of the phrases. And what can we do to increase it because we don't get paid as well as other professions? I do believe that it does start with some introspection, but yourself as a professional, you need to figure out, well, you almost being a professional, you need to figure out where does the value lie. So I'm going to write that as another issue in the field. Where does your value lie? Or value, your valuation, or what makes you valuable, okay? Because if what makes you valuable is that you can design, and if there is a machine that can do that, or another person that can do that very well, you need to think that there's a potential that you could become irrelevant. Remember, the more a technology is democratized, or the more a skill set is democratized, the more it's made available to everybody, the more you become irrelevant. So how do you stay relevant? How do you keep up to date on all the information that's happening on the field to make sure that you are practicing in an era where there's artificial intelligence, where there's the construction mafia? What do you do in a situation like that? Where there's the climate change scenario going on? Where there's the fall of economies? How do you adapt your business and yourself as a professional to be able to stay relevant in the field and ensure the profession does not die? We'll have a little bit more of a discussion on this, but this is what brings me to Ms. Mullah's next point, which we'll be discussing: continuous professional development. Because in order for you to stay relevant, to ensure that you are equipped in the best manner possible with technological skills, to ensure that you know what the futures are in the problem, so that once you become a professional, you can contribute towards working on them, you need to attend professional development workshops or develop yourself. Because for a lot of you that are here today, this is probably in your whole lifetime now, the last lecture you will ever listen to. For a lot of you, you're not planning on doing any other studies. The workshops you might attend that are offered for CPD points might be on bricks and paint and colors and steel. And you wouldn't be sitting in a workshop like this, which is a lecture style based format. And so how do we ensure that a professional remains relevant? And that's where CPD comes in, which is actually something that's been legislated. So Ms. Mullah, over to you to share some insight on what is CPD, or continuous professional development, about.
Okay, thank you. Let me just share screen. Can you see my screen? All right.
Yes, can see it.
Great. Okay, so we're moving on. CPD, continuing professional development. Okay, so that's where it gets everybody up in a hype. You get your certificate, and now we have to get our CPD points in order to stay relevant. And that's why we do the CPD, so that we are up with the times, we are not falling behind. We're getting to know what's happening in the industry, what's around us. Many a time, okay, I'm talking from a personal experience here. Okay, I don't know about you, but as architects, we are more introverts than so much extroverts, and we like to more focus within our own selves and our own social dynamics, our own small groups, and we don't really extend out so much. So when we do these CPD events, we get to network. It opens up networking opportunities and much more greater development for us as professionals. So the CPD is a regulation from SACAP, Board Notice 43 of 2017, conditions regulating the continuing of professional development and renewal of registration. So if you don't do your, for example, you write your PPE exam now, you pass it, and for the next 5 years, you don't do any CPD points, it's not going to just be, okay, you are going to get a renewal of your license. You have to show that you have done your CPD points in order to renew your registration. So, we need your CPD. How does it benefit us? I think I went through it, but let's just go down. It's staying informed on the latest developments in the material, for materials technology advancement and AI as well in today's day and age. It helps us to understand how calculations and regulation works. It gives us new knowledge, understanding, skills in a certain topic. It furthers our education. It also furthers our development as a social, as an individual, as a community as well, because architecture as well, we are as a community in our own field. We have our own set of rules, our own, basically, we are under one umbrella. So, Board Notice 43 of 2017, conditions relating to the continuing professional development and renewal of legislation. So, persons are required to undertake the CPD in the following. All persons who are registered in the professional. Some of this is registered professionals who are practicing, even not only in South Africa, but as well as those practicing abroad. Also, where the system of a CBD is being applied in any particular country, such requirements may be accepted by the council, provided that the documentary proof of compliance with the CBD has been met and submitted. So if you are also practicing in another country, it is best you have also provided your CBD for SACAP as well. After all, you are a citizen of South Africa, and we should all be abiding to the South African laws. Registered professionals who are practicing, okay, I went to that. Exemption from CPD requirements. Okay, so you get some exemptions from the requirements, and what are they? Yes, if you have now reached your retirement, you are no longer practicing, you can get an exemption from this as long as you are not practicing, and you're not even consulting in any way, but you just want to keep your title. You are exempted from this. Also, in the event of any retired registered professional that is referred to in a certain clause in 3.1, elects to return to active architectural practice, such a person must apply to the council for re-registration to become an active registrar, and then will have to start attending the CPD activity. So just say you retired and you say, no, I had too much fun and I had enough of the beach and the sand. I want to go back into practicing. You have to re-register, and then you have to continue with your CPD. Okay, so here is a very quick CPD condensed. You can find this as well in your act, the CP, and you'll find it in your guide as well. Categories, development activities. So this is just a brief condensed version of this. So in category 1, what can you claim from this category? So credits for this category can be claimed by the following: attendance of structured educational development activities such as workshops, conferences, congresses, lectures, seminars, any refresher courses, or even e-learning, provided that such an activity is accredited by SACAP. So always make sure whatever courses you are doing, that it is accredited by SACAP, and that you will then be able to get your points for that program. It must be recognized, it can also be recognized by a voluntary association or accredited architectural learning site. The next one you can get is attendance of any programs by an accredited school of architecture or any accredited architectural learning site, acknowledged for a maximum of 3 credits per annum. You can also have a mentor, which will be required to spend at least 4 hours per week on assisting. So if you're a mentor, you can claim these points. Mentoring the students at a university. The university has to complete a report on the mentoring that was done. This report will serve as confirmation for the CPT credits claimed. All mentors must be listed as such with SACAP. Okay, so that is some of that. So that is from this point here. Let's go on to the next one, category 2, which is more work-based activities. So in this work-based activity, it's split into A and B. You either have your architectural work, if it's your day-to-day job, or if you are lecturing, that is your day-to-day job, you can claim in this category. And the second one is training or mentoring of registered candidates and or full-time students. So again, if you're a mentor, you can claim category 2 work-based activities. They give you a brief overview in this image about calculation of the credits, how it's calculated. And the next category is category 3, which is individual activities. And you can see here, there is a very long list that SACAP has given in order for you to claim category 3 activities. So one of them is membership of one or more of a voluntary association recognized by SACAP, And what can be claimed in this is credit can be claimed in this category for being a member of SACAP recognized voluntary association, or if you are not a member, because remember it is voluntary, you can claim under individual activities, and this way you can claim, with the exception of postgraduate studies, credits can be claimed under individual categories listed in the table below. And you can have a look here. There's a whole long list of individual activities in which you can get. So from B, there's right at the top, if you look at category 3, the first column, the next column is activities. There's A, membership of a voluntary association, so you can automatically claim there. B, individual activities, and there is a whole long list of activities that you can claim as well under B. So if you can see, some of them are relevant postgraduate degrees, evaluation of a master's or doctor's thesis if you are still wanting to further your education, any papers presented at conferences or congresses, you submit that, you will get your points. Participation in any statutory, professional institution and technical or non-technical committee. So these are just some of them, and you can go through the list and see which you will be suited to you. Okay, time for a fun-filled activity. Get your thinking caps on, pen and paper. Okay, quick questions. There's only 3 here. How many categories of the CBD credits are there? Name the categories and list some activities you will find under each of the categories you have listed above. So I'm going to give you about 2 minutes for this, and then we'll go through the answers just briefly, quickly, and then we can move on. Akil, over to you.
Thanks, Yasmin. I think we'll give them a few more 4 minutes. We are going to end the segment, this first half of the segment, just after 12, in which Mr. Mudli will just advise on the times for the breaks, how long, and maybe it's a 15, maybe it's a 20-minute break. And in the latter half, I'll mention what's going to be mentioned in the latter segment. The reason also why fees and IDW and those other portions are going to be done in the latter segment is to make sure that it's the most recent information you are getting. A lot of people, if you had only gotten it in the beginning, you would have created a lot of confusion in your own mind about what is coming out, or you're gonna be like, oh, what if it's this number? Oh man, I'm still confused. That confusion is going to lead you to not listen to the rest of the section, the segments. And so that's why it was decided that we'll specifically leave it to the second half so that you can really focus on what's said now. And when the next part comes, you can also focus. Sometimes you just need breakfast too and lunch. So maybe you can get something to eat and then you'll focus a bit better. I think, Yasmin, we give them about...
I think give them 1 more minute, because
yeah, I agree.
they have to list number 3 would be a bit long.
Yeah, that's good. I think that will be fine. I think just for the purpose of the activities, please try your best to do them. And again, if you haven't been able to do them, come back to them and try again until you get them right. There is a lot of benefit from revisiting information, and you don't have to do it all the time. Even if you're just doing it here with us, it's great for you to have been exposed to this information. There are some questions that have come through as well. Questions which Mr. Moody has tended to. And I do want to stress that this is a guide based on a couple things to help you in the broad information that's been discussed, to help you understand those concepts in the broad scale of things, but also based on previous information that we have found people to struggle with, or that SACAP has found people to struggle with. And SACAP has given us the presenter's direction on these are the specific topics we have recorded the lowest marks in. And so we want to assist the candidates as best we can.
Okay, I think we can
go
carry
for
on.
it. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so here's the answers quickly. Again, if you have the document in front of you, it is there. If you don't, or you want a quick answer, take a snapshot, take a printout. But remember, there is more information in the actual prescribed documentation. This is just limited. Okay. So number 1, how many categories of the CBD credits are there? There's not 3. Simple. Read the question and answer according to the question, right? Name the categories. So category 1, and I gave a description of them. development activities. Category 2, work-based activities. Category 3, individual activities. Also, just on a point here, right? If it is saying name the categories, I should have said name the categories and give a brief description, right? But I just said name the categories, but can you see my answers? Now, if just to always make sure, always more information provided is always better than less information given. So take the initiative and carry on and say category 1, and what are they? Name it. Category 1, development activities. Category 2, work-based activities. Category 3, individual activities. Always try and give more information on a certain topic. List some activities you will find under each of the categories you have listed above. So I just wanted a brief description: interactive workshops and conferences, non-interactive workshops and conferences, self-study through e-learning, mentoring of students at an ALS. Category 2, work-based activities, architectural work or full-time lecturing, training or mentoring registered candidates or full-time students. And category 3, individual activities, membership at recognized VA or any other credits claim under the option B, example, relevant postgraduate degree. Okay. Okay. Over to you, Akil.
Okay, I see we have successfully reached 11:59. Yasmin, I'm going to ask if you can stop sharing your screen. I'm going to share mine now very quickly.
Okay.
I'm going to share my screen very quickly with everybody. Okay. Yasmin, just want to check with you. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I'm just scrolling all the way up again very quickly. So everybody, we've come to the end of part 1. Yesterday was paper 2, and today's paper 1. We're putting like a Star Wars, Game of Thrones, Batman vibe, you know, where they have the story first, and then we go to the prequel. This is the prequel to yesterday's one. We discussed today, make sure you have an idea of why you're doing this. Make sure the understanding of why you're doing it is good, so that when times get tough, you're able to get yourself out of the situation. I then expressed what are the 7 steps and mentioned that the 7 steps from high school all the way to constructing a building, which is like generally the dream of the architect, to finally see your building realized. These 7 steps is what your papers are based on in general, but quite broad, comprehensively broad. And I then mentioned each of these 7 steps are allocated to specific topics. So the topics you can see on the left-hand side here are generally the syllabus topics that are associated to each of these steps. On the right-hand side, you can see the word architectural, and I just want to bring focus to that quickly. And ALS is the word for architectural learning site. But what's really important is that it must be an accredited architectural learning site, meaning that SACAP is aware of the program that's going on. They have validated the program. They have checked that the premise exists and it's conducive to be a good learning environment. If it's not doing those things, then it cannot be accredited. And so accredited architectural learning site is a really important concept you should know and you should take note of. When we spoke about deriving a profession today, we showed that there's the Act. We said there used to be the Architects Act, but now the Architectural Professionals Act 43 of 2000 has come into effect after the Constitution, and a lot of the information we discussed just now, a lot of it can be found, or at least direction on it can be found in the Architectural Act number 44 of 2000. There was also specific emphasis on being able to memorize the names of the acts and a lot of information about it, memorized based on understanding, not on regurgitation. There's also a relatively easy way just to help you remember all of the other professions. Why that's important? Because these are like our cousins, you know, cousins, brothers, sisters, whatever they are, sister professions, all within the construction industry. Next, we're going to be talking about the IDOW in part 2 and how the IDOW, as well as fees calculation, are related, and how we're going to progress from what we just saw now with continuous professional development is, what is continuous professional development based on, and who is allowed to validate programs for continuous professional development. We'll talk about all of that and more in our second segment that's coming up, part 2 of today. Mr. Moody, over to you. How long do you think our break should be? I'm suggesting 15 to 20 minutes, but it's up to you, Mr. Moody. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we should just open up the floors for the next 15 minutes, part one questions and
Okay.
answers, because I see some people are already offering questions in the chats, and they seem to be coming up one after another.
Okay.
So we can open up for the next 15 minutes. If you don't get a chance to ask your question, please note we can open up again at the end of the session again. So just note your question. But for now, for the next 15 minutes, we'll open it to the first session questions and answers. And then I see we have the first hand up here, Johannes. Let's allow him to ask his question, and then we take it from there.
Of course. Johannes, fly, fly. Go for it. If you're talking, Johannes, you're on mute.
I just trying to unmute him here.
Classic Zoom issues, hey?
Oh, sorry, that was one huge mistake. Sorry, that was by accident.
Okay.
The
problem.
hand. Oh, okay, no, cool. Let's go for it.
Let's see. We don't have. Okay, we have another Samuel. Yes, Samuel.
Hi, good day to everybody. I would like to ask this question. Apparently, what SACAP does for the institution that offer architecture while is not accredited or is not recognized? Thank you.
Okay. In terms of that, obviously, we advise them that what they are offering is not in line and not accredited by SACAP. We would then need to obviously advise them on the correct procedure and how to be accredited with SACAP. And that's what SACAP does.
Samuel, is your question answered?
Yes, it is answered. Thank you, Mr. Ken. Bye.
Okay, I'm just going to go to the question and answers. I think most of us are still confused. If you are part of this webinar, that means you received my links for yesterday and for today. When you go back to the link, there was an attachment to that link, to the email. That is the guide that the presenters are currently presenting, which is a summarized version of that guide. Right? So when candidates are outlining that they did not receive the guide, I'm finding it strange, because if you have already logged into the meeting, that means you received my link. And if you receive my link, that means you receive my email. And on that email, there was an attachment, not a link to the guide, but an attachment to the email, which was the guide. But nevertheless, let's go to the next person, Demi.
Yes. No, Mr. Moody, sorry, I just want to interject there quickly before you go. I think what maybe has happened, Mr. Moody, which we all know we do, they got the link on the email, and then they copied the link and they forwarded it around on WhatsApp to everybody in the WhatsApp groups. And so they never actually check out the email, or maybe for whatever reason, they didn't get the email, but they got the link from a friend. And I think that's what's happening.
Okay. If that's the case, with all due respect, just notify that I need the guide as a decency. But the concern so the reason why I'm concerned is that if they haven't received my emails, what will happen on the day of the exams when those links are sent in the morning, as well as information being sent through them prior to the exam? Because remember, on the day of the exams, you'll receive 2 emails from me. The first email would be the Zoom link that will obviously be used to access the camera. The second link would be the exam.net link. So my concern is not so much on whether individuals have received it, misplaced it, deleted it, or whatever the case may be, is the fact that if that information is not being received correctly or being sitting in the spam, that's going to create a delay in the candidate accessing the exams, and obviously that would set the candidate into a panic mode. So I'm advising candidates to make sure that when information is sent by SACAP, specifically myself, please read through it and review your spam from now till the time you write the exams, because critical information is being sent by me to you to advise you on the particular exams. So I'll urge you to read it. And even though I'm sending certain things 2 or 3 times, the reason for that would be if there's an update on a particular information, update on a particular guide, update on the email, and that's why it comes 2 or 3 times. So it's not being sent to you 2 or 3 times to overload you or overwhelm you. It's a change of information or a update of information. So let's go to the next person, Demi.
Hi, Mr. Khan and Mr. Moodley. Thank you for sending me the guide, the 3 emails this morning. I think my issue was that there was a general SACAP email that went that came through that said something about the PPE workshop, the seminar that we're doing today, and on there it asked us to register. So that's how I got the webinar link. So I don't know if other people maybe had the same issue.
I'm
So I thought I
assuming
might just
I'm
tell
assuming
you.
that, Amy, that most of candidates would have done that, but subsequently, like I said, on Wednesday when I finalized everything, I sent all candidates 3 emails. Email number 1 was to inform you of the demo exams, right? Email number 2 was pertaining to the fact that you guys are fully registered for the PP exams with 3 attachments. Then email number 3 would be for the webinar that we're currently having. So that's, if you guys haven't received the guide, am I to understand that the candidates ignored my 3 emails and only looked at the webinar link that was sent by SACAP, or the candidates have not got an opportunity to open that email? And that's again also concerning, because that's the guide that the presenters are presenting on, and summarized version. So if you have read through the guide and there's topics there that you misunderstood or need clarity, this is an ideal opportunity to have asked the presenters the clarity on those particular topics, so that you can have that peace of mind as you're entering the exam room with a full understanding of what's there. And as I've always stated, that these present webinars and these guide that we created is created based on sections within the PPE exams that candidates have performed poorly in the past 10 years, to be precise. And that's what led to the creation of these guides. That's what led to the creation of these workshops and so forth. So those guides and information is not in the general format that your SIRE guide is, or the other guides are. This is specific to sections that is within the PPE exams that candidates have performed poorly in. But nevertheless, like I said, if you have a challenge and you haven't received it for whatever reason, number 1 concern is if you haven't received my email, that means you're gonna have a challenge with the receiving my exam links and the Zoom links. That's the only concern I have. If there was a understanding and you clicked on the SACAP link, that's an understandable note, and we note that. But just make sure that you have received my link, so that when I'm sending information, you get it on time, you start the exam on time, you don't waste any more of your time. Because on the day of the exams, you're going to find 3 things happening. First thing would be you're going to be nervous, and if you do not go through that online guideline that was given to you, you're going to see things coming up on the screen, and you wonder, Mr. Morley, this message coming out, this message, and all that is explained in the online guidelines, step by step. As you would log in, that's what I did, and I took a screenshots, and I placed that in the online guide, so that they give a clear idea. When you log in, you see the screen, this is what you see the screen, this is what you should do. And if you do not go through it, you're going to start panicking, and thereafter you're going to start to want to call me, and which is nothing wrong with that, but you are one of 300 that's going to try to call me, and you might delay by the time you get hold of me to kind of assist you, calm you down, and that's where you're going to lose a lot of time. And the fact that you lose a lot of time, no matter what I say to you, to kind of give you peace of mind, you'll still be in that panic mode. So I'm trying to, the purpose of the demo exams is for you to go through the exam and not panic. Understand how the platform works, play around with it, do whatever you want to do with it, so that you familiarize and you're comfortable with that platform, and so that nothing during the exam surprises you. Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next one. Next one, yeah. Monet?
Hi, good
Monet?
day. Yes, hi, good day.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear. So my question is in regards to the fees. In the exam, we will get a table of the fees, the primary fees and the secondary fees. With identification of work, would we also receive a classification of which building form falls into what category, or should we know that off by hand?
If you review past year papers, you will see that that is not provided, has never been provided category of buildings for the IDOW. In terms of the fees, the primary fees and secondary fees, if I recall, has been in every other exams there. So that will give clarity. So I think I answered your question there. Anything else, Monet?
Okay. No, I would just like to know that. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks.
Next one, Rasi.
Hi, Ricky. So just regarding the definitions that are asked in the exam, so a lot of the examples of questions and answers that we just got earlier would say, for example, what's the definition of council? What would you suggest then? Do you give a general definition of council, or a lot like the examples would then sort of make assumption to a certain council, like the Built Environment Council, and then explain that?
Okay, when we ask questions, we ask specific questions. Like somebody asked on the chat, when we refer to the Act, do we say Act refers to Act 44 of 2000? When we refer to a particular Act, we refer to a particular Act in completion, not in part. So when we're referring to anything, we refer in full. So if you say council, we say South African Council of Architecture Profession, or CBE, or the Project Management Council. So we'll refer to something in its completion. Where we would refer something that is incomplete, where as Ms. Muller outlined, the different councils that we have as that reports to CBE, right? Which is in general, we refer to all councils, right? But if you're talking about a specific council, we outline their specific council.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Just on the note, sorry, Mr. Moodley, try and stick to the words and the wordings of all acts. When I mean try and stick to it, if you know it, if you know it, write it down word for word for word. If you blank out and you don't know what it is and you can't remember for the life of you and you are panicking, write what you think. If you understand what I'm saying, never leave an answer blank. This is coming from lecturing from students. Always write, even this, write what you think is when you don't know the answer word for word. But if you know it word for word, it is always 110% correct to always write the act with its number, with all the definitions regarding to the certain definitions in accordance to what is written in the act document. For example, the CBE Act 43 of 2000, you'll refer to it and you will write it. You'll write for it and refer to it word for word as per how it is stated. I hope that was made that clear.
Helps a lot. Thank you.
Okay, Kumlani.
Hi, Mr. Moodley, how are you?
And you?
I'm all right, thanks. I received all 3 emails, but on Wednesday and on Thursday, but I'd never received any email with the demo for the actual PPE.
No, I think you misunderstood then. If you go and look at if you say you received all 3 emails, on the email, the first email that was sent on Wednesday was the demo email. There's a link there on the email itself. That is the demo exams, right? So the second one was pertaining to the email outlining that you're fully registered, because some of the candidates were concerned whether are they fully registered. So it was outlining that you're fully registered, and there was three attachments. First one was the PPE rules and regulation, followed by the online guidelines for the online system, then followed by the general information guidelines. So those were the three attachments there. And the third one was to outline the webinar as well as the guide that was attached to it, because on Wednesday is when we finalized the guide and we got that finalized. Then coming back to the question that I see on the chat, I think we're going to close now because we're already reaching 15. With regards to the emails that some of you are receiving, and obviously you guys are saying that you looked at your spam, you didn't receive some SACEP's email, and that opens to a multiple other questions to the stage whereby I think some of you all need to kind of consult with your IT department to see whether your server is not blocking emails sent by SACEP, whether it's too big, that's why it's blocking, or whether it regards SACEP's email as an unknown email and that's why it's blocking. I'm referring to all this purely because in the day of the exams, if that happens, like I outlined before, it will cause a delay in you starting the exams. So I'm not saying that what you're saying is incorrect. I'm saying that we might have a bigger challenge. So rather than wait for the day of the exam to find out what there is, let's try to sort this out now. Consult your IT, have a look at your spam, and if that's not the case, provide me with an alternative email address, but then I can add it to the exam schedule, and that link can be sent to both your email addresses or whatever the case may be. Right? I will not accept a phone call with email addresses. Please email me, say, Mr. Modley, can you please utilize this alternative email address? When you outline that email, please put in your full name, your SACEP registration number, right, and the email address that you want to alternately add onto the schedule, and then I can do that so that you kind of safeguard yourself that you receive the link on time. Right.
Understood. I will send you the alternative email just after this session.
No problem. Okay, since we don't have, we have Samuel's hand still up, Pulani's hand is still up. I'm not sure whether they have another question or not before we close.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You have another question?
Yes. I'm using a Mac G5 in terms of my computer. So, and it has a webcam. Is that sufficient enough, or do I need to have another device with a camera next to me? I'm not sure.
Okay, if you're not sure, that means you didn't understand the guideline. The guideline outlined that the camera on your laptop is not a mobile camera. And Pulani, there's one more concern I have. And if you're saying use a Mac system, right? I would like you to please try the demo exams, because it has proven in the past that individuals that use the Mac PC, the exam.net does give them a bit of problem. My advice to you, if you're opening the exam.net using the Google Chrome, you shouldn't have any problem, right? Or the Zoom link using Google Chrome, you would have any other operating system on that Mac PC, it does pose a bit of a problem. So please test the demo exams to make sure that it's working properly, it's functional. If not, then give me a call, because the only thing that goes wrong with the Mac system is the operating system. When it's open in a other than Google Chrome, it does pose a problem.
That's the thing. I haven't received those demo emails. I've only received the other emails for this particular webinar, but not for the demo. Like I said.
So you received the webinar link from myself or from SACEP?
From you.
That's
From you.
That's what I'm
From
repeating
you.
myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's what I'm repeating myself. I'm saying on the day that I sent the link, I sent 3 emails. So if one email went to you and the other 2 didn't, you will have 2 challenges. Challenge number 1, check your spam. If it's not there, then check with the IT department if that is not being blocked.
Okay.
All right. So, but Monday morning, give me a call. We'll go through the game one more time, because they're probably not so much whether you receive these links or not. It's on the day of the exams. those kind of issues would delay you drastically from starting.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
All
I
right.
think
Thank you so
we can
much.
close the session now, Mr. Khan. We're going to continue and we can open it again later for questions and answers.
Yeah, I think so as well. Mr. Moodley, we probably give them, let's say also, I think 15 minutes is suffice, but so that means let's just round it off and say if everyone can return at 25 to 1, that would be great. Mr. Moodley, okay with you?
Let's make it 12:30, and
Okay.
then we have enough time to kind of, because I feel that the cameras will require a lot of explanation and guidance and on the calculations, and that's where we need a lot of time to kind of ask the necessary questions. So let's award that opportunity.
Okay, all right. 12:30 it is. We'll see you all just now.
Zoom.
Okay, cool. Hi everyone. So we are starting again. I know we had a relatively short break, but this second segment is an important one, just as important as the first, but maybe there should be a little bit more effort to focus in this one. So we're structuring it in the following way. We're going to be giving an overview. Ms. Mullah is going to be following on the logic to complete some of the logic that we started, ending off with the Code of Conduct and Companies Act. And then we're going to spend some time in fees calculation and also on the SANS. It's still going to follow a very logical order. We can start from the beginning, get to the end. And so I'm going to start with that very quickly. You should be able to see my screen in a couple of seconds. And I'm going to recap what we were doing. Okay, so we're here. Attitudes, 7 steps, deriving a profession, and we still got IDOW, fees calculation, and SANS to go through. Strategy is more of a conversation to advise you. So in attitude, you said, why are you doing this? Make sure that you're doing it for the right reasons to get you out of a tough situation. When in the exam, you feel like giving up. You know those days you want to break down and cry. You know there's a time in the exam where you feel like the tears are coming out and you're holding it back. You're going to be able to go within yourself and go to that little bit in yourself that is talking to you and be like, no, it's cool. We got this. Let's go through. And you soldier on. 7 steps you're talking about, to give you some context. There are 7 steps to becoming an architectural practitioner that allows you to feel self-actualized, like you've accomplished a lot, and like you are from the time you started towards constructing a building. Paper 1 and paper 2 is based on these processes or on this entire long journey that you've been going through. A lot of you have been going through this journey for a long time. So this is like a final step for yourself. Steps 1 to 7 is written in a bit more detail. The topics in the examination correlate to the steps. You can see in the bottom right corner that this diagram you can find in the book as well. So now we're going to speak about, okay, cool, where did these 7 steps come from? And we say these 7 steps really come from a reaction to apartheid. In a post-apartheid South Africa, we're looking to the constitution, which set into motion a whole host of acts that have tried to create a more equitable democracy in South Africa, leading to the formation of the CIDB, the CBE, and then eventually what concerns us the most, the Architectural Professions Act number 44 of 2000. We said here's all of the other sister professions, and then we also had Ms. Mullah going to detail on each of those, especially focusing in detail on the Architectural Professional Act, because the act that governs us, Act number 44 of 2000, tells us about CPD, tells us about that there's a code of conduct that we're supposed to be following, tells us about how is the council formed and how are people appointed to be on the council, tells us about a whole host of things on how the profession and how SACAP and the establishment of SACAP is supposed to protect the public and give guidance to the profession. So there's a lot of information in the Act, and a lot of it is talking to us about how do we behave in an everyday scenario so that we regulate ourselves to be able to act according to legislation. Ms. Mullah also just spoke recently about CPD. And what I want you to really think about, because for many of you, it's the last time that you probably will be joining a lecture. And the last time we'll have a group setting with people that are not professionals for a lot of you. Not professionals yet. Let's hope it's everybody here that's going to be a professional coming through. But we have problems in our industry beyond just say whatever your individual daily issues are. The kind of problems that we experience are things like we mentioned before, what happens if we are irrelevant, become irrelevant because of things like artificial intelligence? Or what happens, say, if you have interns in the company that make so little, but they can't even support themselves? Ms. Muna spoke about continuous professional development, and continuous professional development as a mechanism to help you stay relevant, right? So that's you finishing the professional practice exam. You're probably never going to study again. So how do we make sure that you stay relevant and that you're up to date with legislative changes, with the changes in the world around us, with whatever changes happen in the profession? How do we ensure that a professional always remains relevant? Because that's part of being a professional. How do you stay relevant? And so CPD as a mechanism, continuous professional development, to continuously develop yourself professionally. There is a body, a voluntary association that is created. It's voluntary, meaning that it's not compulsory for you to join it. It's voluntary that you join it, but it is there under their custody and their scope to make sure that they identify problems in the profession and create CPD content, like workshops, that can help you navigate these different or these turbulent times. Now, I mentioned this idea of a podcast before, and as you saw from what Ms. Muller spoke about in the 3 categories of registration, one of them is based on the individual, your own development. Now, your own development could be you writing a book. It could be you also listening to a podcast, hearing what's being said, and applying that in some way that will benefit the profession. For these kind of things, these individual tasks that you take on upon yourself, you need to use some sort of technology potentially to do it, or perhaps you have had some social activism going on, or maybe you're giving back to the profession in whatever way that you're able to. All of these things can count for CPD points. But what is the thing that we measure this against? And that's where we'll be talking about the IDOW in a short amount of time. Let's back it up a little bit, because we're talking about what are we measuring these things against. Whenever we act as professionals, we need to ensure that we always act with due skill, competence, and integrity. Skill meaning, what are your competencies? What can you do? Integrity, upholding the values of the profession and upholding a very good conduct. Skills, integrity, competence, you need to be able to know your work quite well. We measure competence according to SACAP's 10 competencies, which we're going to get into just now. But we also measure, for example, your CPDs according to the same thing. Which category of registration, which one of the 10 does it fall under? But in addition to that, when we need to check your professionalism, your conduct, what do we measure your conduct against? Just say you are now in some sort of situation where you are with a client, which often the case is that you are disputing with a client something on a project and they feel like you haven't been a very good professional. Who do they turn to? What do they do? What do they refer to measure whether you are upholding the best standards of the profession? And that's where we're going to hand over to Ms. Muller, who's going to show us a little bit more about the code of conduct, and afterwards, how to establish a company. Ms. Muller, over to you. You ready for this thing?
I'm ready. Let's get on with it. 1 minute.
Cool.
I'll share my screen. All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it. Great.
Okay, code of conduct. So we have now registered with SACAP, and because we are registered professionals, we have to be in line with what SACAP holds and upholds as well. So one of their duties is also to provide us with a scope of code of conduct. So board notice number 7 of 2021 South African Council for the Architectural Profession, Code of Conduct for Registered Persons. So what is this? It's a comprehensive code of conduct is established by SACAP. This code outlines the ethical and professional standards to ensure that architects act with integrity and responsibility, crucial for maintaining public trust and upholding the profession's reputation. There are 8 rules, and these 8 rules can be traced to the basic principles of integrity. So what are these 8 rules? If you have an idea, try and run through them in your head. If you don't, these are the 8 rules. So rule number 1, integrity. Rule number 2, competency. Rule number 3, honest promotion of services. Rule number 4, administrative functions. Rule number 5, establishment of architectural practices. Rule number 6, public interest and environmental protection. Rule number 7, regulation of foreign architectural professions. And rule number 8, disciplinary procedures. So I'm going to go in briefly with each of these rules, and you can have a better understanding. Rule number 1. You shall take into consideration your standard of honesty and integrity that underpin this code of conduct when performing architectural work. Again, coming back to the scenario of me saying I am a professional senior architectural technologist, when in fact I am just fresh out of university. I haven't even had a proper job as yet. I don't have any practical experience. And maybe I'm not even registered with SACAP as a candidate in the first place. So you have to be honest about what work you are allowed to do. Are you an architect? Are you registered with SACAP as an architect? Are you registered with SACAP as a professional senior architectural technologist, as a technologist, or as a draftsman? So here your honesty, integrity really comes into effect. Okay, so let's get on to the next one. Rule number 2, competency. Are we competent enough to do and undertake the work that is given to us? Meaning, under our scope, SACAP has rules and regulations about the type of work identification, and that will come into the identification of work allocation. What type of work are we allowed to undertake under our certain professions? Registered persons shall discharge their duties to the employer, client, agent, associate, and the public with due skill, diligence, and competence. Also, we shall, where reasonably possible, make appropriate arrangement for the fulfillment of professional obligations in the event of incapacity or an absence from work or inability to perform work. So, for example, you undertook a project in your office, and this was your baby, your project, and due to unforeseen circumstances, you could not meet your deadline. It is your responsibility to try and find other methods of means to have that work done and completed, because it is you are a competent person, a registered professional in the field, to be able to make those decisions, right? So we are not going to just say, oh, I'm sick today and I can't perform this work and I can't go to this meeting, and let the whole thing carry on. You have a duty and a responsibility to your employer, to your clients, to the public, and a responsibility to yourself as well. Now, 2.3 shall only undertake architectural work which is identified for the category of registration in which they are registered in terms of Section 18 of the Act and in accordance with the registration categories that are in force. The next rule number 3, promotion of services, may only communicate and promote themselves and their professional services with honesty, describing both in a manner that is related only to the work of the professional categories of registration represented in a practice. So remember what I said, you can't say you are something else when in fact you are a professional under a certain allocation. 3.2 shall credit the architectural work done during a period as a principal or employee of another architectural practice, and shall make clear reference and description to such practices. So many a time we are all employees under a company, and the company performs work and we perform the work under those companies, but we cannot claim that work as our own work without informing or specifying that this work was undertaken under this so-called company, and give the due work how can I say, the due respect of the work to the company that had that project. So always make clear reference in the description to whatever work you are doing for whichever practice it is. Even if it's something small, like you having a presentation done and you take somebody else's presentation, for example, and you're reading off and you are explaining, but that is not your own work. You need to go and you need to reference that so that the correct people get the accreditation for their work. Okay, so shall also ensure that the name under which an architectural practice operates is not misleading or capable of being confused with any other practice. So try and have your practice name different. I know it's not always possible, but again, it goes into when you are registering a company. So when you register a company, if you put in a certain name like Architects for Us, and it will pop up from the subsidy site to say this name has been taken. You cannot operate under that name. You have to choose your practice name again. Rule number 4, administer functions. So registered persons shall ensure that before they undertake any professional work, they have entered into a written agreement with the client, which must inter alia include proof of professional registration, the scope of architectural work, the scope of services to be provided, the allocation and limitations of responsibilities, and there's much more under the section. It goes from E right to H. You can get all the extra information. Remember, these are just snippets from the document. You go refer yourself to the documents, go through them, and you'll get the full scope of every all the works done there. So 4.2 shall not change the terms of appointment, including the scope of work, without the written instruction or approval of the client. Very, very important point. Shall ensure that the completion of each milestone the client signs off where the scope of work involves more than one stage. So this rule number 4 is more practical work. It's more your day-to-day running of your practice. For example, I'm gonna give you a scenario. Let me think of something now. I have a client, and the client tells me, I want to hire you to provide to design for me an outhouse or outbuilding for my house. Can you give me a breakdown of the fees or whatever? And you say, okay, you're gonna go according to SACA's identification of work, according to the fees. You draw up the fees and everything, and you give it to them. Then next they'll say, oh no, but I want to do additions and alterations to my 3-bedroom home. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. And they say, okay, add this on, and I'll just give you your extra fees. But you never have anything in writing. Where is that writing? Where is it written? Is it in that contract? If it's not written in that contract, it's a verbal contract. What do you have to stand on where if things go south? Excuse me again, sorry about this. Okay, so we always remember written contracts, always very, very important. You can have a verbal agreement. You can have a written agreement. Written agreement will always take precedence on anything that you have to document. It is something you can hold on to. It is something that you can always refer to and reference to. It is something physical. The next rule, rule number 5, establishment of an architectural practice. Okay. So you are registered now, you're excited, you can register your architectural practice. Remember, you have to, any registered principal who practices architecture in any form shall, within 30 days of establishment of the practice, register it with the council, meaning SACAP, Given full details of the practice name, address from which the practice is conducted, type of practice supported by the correspondent registration details, the names of the partners, shareholders, directors, and employees undertaking architectural work from the practice. So this is a different type of registering of your practice. So you get a registering of your practice under your company. So in terms of the law, in terms of tax, your company name, A to Z Architects, Pty Limited, etc., etc. But you also have to now inform also a SACAP that now you are actually practicing under this specific name. So, yeah. Then you get the council shall be informed in writing of any changes in the name, type, address, or composition. Just say you change your addresses, inform the council on that. The registered principals of a practice shall display their registration certificate in a prominent place in their physical or virtual workplace. So this is important. You need to post up your registration certificate so that also when a client comes to your office and can see, they can be sure that, okay, this person is registered as a professional draftsman, and that's what I'm hiring this person for, professional draftsman, or professional architectural technologist, or professional senior architectural technologist, or professional architect for that matter. Rule number 6, public interest and environmental protection. So as architects, it's our responsibility as well to look into the best interest as well of the public as well as our environment. As we know, our carbon footprint, we all undertake what our Part X is, and we all try and do the best practice for the environment as well. So the registered person shall take all reasonable measures to the best of their knowledge and expertise to minimize any adverse impact on the environment. Also, the constitutional rights of individuals and communities that could be affected by their work. Also, comply with the National Building Regulations and Standards Acts, Act 103 of 1997, and any other regulations and standard acts there are. Town planning schemes, National Heritage Resources Act 25 of 1999, and any other built environment laws or any other applicable laws governing the works. Rule number 7 of foreign architectural professions. All foreign architectural persons must comply with the Architectural Professions Act of 2000 to practice architecture lawfully in South Africa. So if we have an expat from another country coming into South Africa, they need to be registered with SACAP in order to practice architecture in South Africa. No foreign architectural person shall be authorized to practice architecture in South Africa unless they have applied and have been granted registration by council for the duration of the specific contract. And the last rule, disciplinary procedures. Disciplinary procedures are set out in sections 28 to 33 of the Act and in the investigations and disciplinary hearings and appeal procedure published under board notice, and the board notice rules published under board notice 154 for the repeals of rules of 2009 are hereby repealed subject to any section 12.2 of interpretation Act 33 of 1957. So if there is any repeal of any rules, it is under this section. Okay, so I'm just going to go briefly into your activity. Excuse me. Activity number 4, thinking caps on pen and paper. Quick question. It's not going to take you long. You can do this within, I think, 2 minutes. I'm going to give you how many rules does the Code of Conduct have? Number 1. And number 2, list the description of the rules and provide one accompanying sub-rules for each main rule. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes for that. I think, Akil, 2 minutes is fine. How are we doing time-wise?
I think you're doing very good time-wise, Ms. Muna, because I think we're at 1 o'clock now. You spent some good time there. Probably in the next 15, 20 minutes, you'll end off with your segment. That will give me enough time to focus on my final parts. So I think I think about a minute is good here.
Okay.
In a minute, there's a lot you can do in a minute, eh? Say that how many rules, the code of conduct, that's not a hard one. List the description of the rules and provide one accompanying sub-rules. That's not too hard as well. You know, the code of conduct is something, at least when I was studying, you know, I was like, oh, there's a code of conduct that I need to follow. And I didn't realize how much of detail that it went into. Like I knew there was a code of conduct, but I didn't realize in the subparts how much of information there was. And that was actually really helpful reading because it really molds you as a professional. So you know how to conduct yourself.
It also builds your character as a person as well, as an individual. It gives you a basis of how to work with the integrity, you know. A lot of time you get unscrupulous people just coming up to make a quick buck, and this actually just holds you down and give you that responsibility, the clarity of mind, the character, the good character building. And I think all of that is important. So
yeah, you talk sense. Speaking facts there. I
okay,
think that minute is
guys.
about up. Yes.
Yeah, minute is about 2 minutes up. Okay, let's carry on. Right, so here's the answer. You can take a quick snapshot of it if you like. How many rules are there? Simple, 8. What are the rules? Rule number 1, integrity, and there's a sub-rule given. Rule number 2, competency, there's a sub-rule given. Rule number 3, honest promotion of services, and there is a sub-rule given. Rule number 4, administrative functions. Rule number 5, establishment of architectural practice. Rule number 6, public interest and environmental protection. Rule number 7, regulation of foreign architectural professions. And last but not least, well, it is the least, rule number 8, disciplinary procedures. Okay, let's zoom off into the last segment with me, guys. And we are in our companies and tax. So we are starting off our practice. Yes, we got our certificate. We are registered professionals, and now we've got our first client. We have to start off a company. So starting your own practice, the legislation around starting your own practice and finding an office space, right? Starting an architectural practice in South Africa involves complying with several legal requirements, including those set out by the Companies Act and Labour Act. Prospective practices owners must navigate these regulations to establish a legal, sound business, secure office space, and ensure compliance with employment laws. So as soon as you now want to start your own practice, there are different sort of rules and regulations that you have to comply with. Aside from just SACAP, now you are going into the Companies Act and Labour Act, if you are, because you will probably be an employee in your own company, as well as you are going to be hiring your other employees as well. So the Companies Act 2000 at a glance. So this is just a basic glance of it, of the Companies Act. Zoom in a bit. You can have a look. So you have decided to start a business and you want to incorporate a company, right? These are some of the essential things you would need to know before you decide when you are starting your company in South Africa. The purpose of this is just to let you know that the essential compliance and pre-incorporation matters arising from the companies, and therefore you are to embark on your entrepreneur's journey. So each company will come with their own rules, their own set of what is allowed, what is not allowed, and all of that. So you have to go through when you are wanting to register a company and see what type of company will best suit you. Okay. So some of the companies you get are public companies, limited, private companies, P2Y limited, personal liability companies, which are known as Incs, state-owned companies, and non-profit companies. Now, we all know architecture, we are not, well, we are good people, but we are not that good to do it for no profit because it's our bread and butter after all. So non-profit companies, that's not going to really tick our box when starting our own practice. So let's look here at this diagram. So two types of companies may be incorporated under the Act, namely non-profit companies and profit companies. Profit companies may be incorporated under the following types. Companies for profit, because that's what we are. We are here, is our profession, is a hobby to some people as well, and a profession, but we are making money, we're making profits off this. So let's look at some of the profit companies that we get. Private companies, public companies, personal liability companies, state-owned companies, and closed corporations. I've included closed corporations here, but please make note that closed corporations are not being registered at SIPC in South Africa anymore. Up to 2010, you could register a closed corporation or a private company limited under the Companies Act of 2008. However, these two company formats were merged together only, and PTY company formats have now been registered since. Please note that still that there are still shelf life closed corporations. So when this changeover happened, maybe somebody went and registered like 100 different closed corporation companies, and now they're selling them off. So if you want to buy one of those, then you can buy them, but then there's a procedure of how to transfer it into your name, and all of that you can get more clarity on if you contact SIPRO, SIPC, or yeah, SIPC, right? So let's get into VAT. When we have to issue our fees or any payments, we always are charged VAT. So what is VAT? VAT is the abbreviation for the term value added tax. It is an indirect tax on the consumption of goods and services in the economy. Revenue is raised for the government by requiring certain trades or vendors that carry on an enterprise to register for VAT. Who should register for VAT? A person can only register for VAT if they are carrying out an enterprise, meaning you have a company. A person is defined in the VAT Act and includes, but is not limited to, an individual, a company, partnership, trust fund, and a municipality. Enterprise is defined term in the VAT Act. So for the full term of enterprise, you can refer to the VAT Act and you will find what that definition is there. When does VAT become compulsory? It is compulsory for a person to register for VAT if a VAT of taxable supplies made or to be made is in excess of 1 million rand in any consecutive 12-month period. Is voluntary registration possible? Voluntary registration is possible under certain circumstances. When must you register for VAT? A person may register for VAT if they are carrying out an enterprise or in part in the Republic of South Africa where goods and services are supplied for consideration, right? It is compulsory for the person to register for VAT under the following two circumstances. Their money for 12 months is more than 1 million rand, or where in terms of a written contractual obligation, the value of taxable supplies to be made in a 12-month period will also exceed 1 million. Right? There's more detail on compulsory registration. And application for compulsory VAT registration must be made within 21 business days from the date of 1 million rands, or if it exceeded. Voluntary registration, take a note as well of this. A person may also choose to register voluntary for VAT if the VAT taxable supplies made or to be made is less than 1 million, but has, under certain circumstances, exceeded 50,000 rand in the past period of 12 months. A voluntary registration may be applied for the following persons or under the following circumstances, although the minimum registration threshold is 50,000 rand, has not been made. Municipalities, welfare organizations, amongst others. In addition, there are other general requirements that must also be met for voluntary registration for VAT. Refer to the VAT 44 guide for vendors in this regard. So you can always refer to SIPC's website and Pro for any further information. There's a quick activity. Your last activity from me. Activity number 5, name 5 type of companies that can be registered with SIPSI. What is the current VAT rate in South Africa? When must a person register for tax, and what makes it compulsory? I'm going to give you around 3 minutes for this. 3 minutes, Akil, I think that should be fine, and then you can take over. So you can take
Yeah.
a quick snapshot of this, people. And I will be stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, pretty decent. Again, if you want to focus, mute us. We're having a small discussion, interim podcast discussion here. So, Musmullah, one of the greatest challenges is once people finish the PPE, they want to start their own practice. A lot of people, and there's not that much support for it, unfortunately. So, I think something that's really interesting that we have to look at is how do we need to learn, at least in my view and in my experience and from the experience of the candidates and students and academics have been around, is we don't have a lot of training in business. And it's not to say that academia needs to train you in business, but we should have some sort of orientation on how, once you finish the PPE, what's the next step to register the business? How do I extract money from this economy? What is it that allows me to acquire work? Is it networking? Is it marketing? And perhaps this needs to be part of the training. I don't know what your thoughts on it, Bismillah, but I know as yourself, as a professional as well, you've encountered some of these challenges. One of the solutions I've seen is on SACAP's site, it tells you, as a registered person, what do you do? What are the steps to take? And that's a very helpful link. But in your experience, Bismillah, what do you think is a way around this problem?
I think there needs to be more communication, more how can I say, more knowledge on business. A lot of the time in practice, also not only in practice, in our education of architecture as a whole, we are only focusing on how to draw plans, how to put together a design, and basically how to issue out fees. But how do we run the business? How do we run a successful business? Not just any business, because you can run the business and you can run it down into the ground.
Good point.
How do you progress? These are all key points that we need to come. I think CPD comes into play there as well. We need to have more of the CPD lectures, attendances, conferences on businesses, on business practices, of starting off businesses, of hints from successful businesses who've made it in life, or who have the $1 million projects. How did they start? The methods. Share this information with up and coming professionals to get insight of how to run the business, because many a time, even when you are an employee in a business, in architectural practice, you are not exposed to these things, because the finances, the tender documents, the applying for work, the meeting with the clients, all of that is always I would say more generally, and this is my opinion only, I just want to make that as a note, it is only in a handful of people who will have that information, and it is not freely shared amongst all the amongst all the employees. Maybe it's only the employer that has that control, or he delegates certain people under him to have that control. And so many a times employees are not exposed to that. So if you are not exposed to that, it is nobody's problem but your own problem, because you as an individual have to go and find out that information. Nobody's going to come and give you a golden spoon and say, there you go, this is how it's done. If you don't ask the question, if you don't ask, you're not going to get an answer. And they do say there's no such question as a stupid question. But okay, I have to disagree on that, right? I've come across a lot of stupid questions. But the big but is, even if it is a stupid question, it is still a question and it still must be asked. So even if it's a stupid question, you still ask that question. not to offend anybody, I'm talking this from my own experience, because I ask sometimes a lot of stupid questions, but if I don't ask those questions, I will not get that information coming through to me. So yeah, so nobody must feel intimidated, even if you are in practice for maybe 50 years, and if there's something you don't know, and if you think it is a stupid question, ask it. Someone will probably give you an answer. It makes no difference as long as you are getting that answer coming through to you. Knowledge is key. Using the knowledge is key. Empowering yourself as an individual is key. What I have learned is nobody is going to baby you and nobody's going to spoon feed you. If you don't do it, it's on you. Nobody's going to give you that 10 rands. You have to work for that 10 rands. You have to work for that 1 rand. You have to work for that 1 million rand. And I feel your integrity for working for 1 rand and your integrity for working for 1 million rand must be on the same level, on the same par. When we see clients.
Wait, Podcast Mullah, we got to stop
Yeah.
there. You're 3 minutes,
sorry.
but very true,
Sorry,
very true.
sorry.
Go for
Okay,
this.
let's continue on your
I hear you.
right. And that's an end from me. That's a wrap. Off to Mr. Khan with your famous fees. Enjoy calculating them, and I do hope you enjoy calculating them when you're going to be getting your payments coming into your bank account. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All the best.
Thanks, Bismillah. I really appreciate you taking us through all of that. And also on the slight tangent we went on the last point, which we'll actually talk about just now. KPIPs, we have concluded on companies and a little bit of code of conduct. I want you to, let's just take this back now. We're going to take this back. You're starting off with me. I'm going to breathe. Every time we have this interjection, this change, you've got to have a little bit of a refresh of a mindset. Otherwise, you're going to lose the important information. So now you're gonna blank out a bit, right? Not space out. You're going to blank out like what happens in the exam. You blank out. You're like, what is going on? I don't know the answer. What do I need to do? That's we're going to take that mindset you have. You go, breathe out. It's like, okay, calm, hey, inner peace, nice thoughts. And we're going to now look back. We're starting off with a scenario. You're hyper stressed. It's the fee section in the paper. You see it. You're seeing this all these words you don't know. You can't even understand the question. What do you do? So we're going to now look back to this very composed, well balanced version of you. You're like, I got this thing, right? So I'm going to share my screen with you. And we are going to start again with my sharing. Oops. Ms. Munda, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, great. We're going back here. This is your coping mechanism, right? Fees calculation. Okay, step 1 to 7. Where am I at? We're talking about finishing high school. We're talking about going to an accredited architectural learning site. Great, like the universities of technology and the universities or whatever the case is. I'm graduating. Great. I'm registering as a candidate. What are the things that are related to that on the left-hand side? Oh, I need to know the categories of registration: draftsperson, technologist, senior technologist, architect. By the way, there's also 2 other categories which you might not have been aware of: the apprenticeship category, or the apprentice, and the building control officer. Please make sure you know that these things exist. It's been new information that's been released within the last 2 to 3, sorry, maybe 4 years, maybe 5 at most. Please check it out. So now you know that there's the category of registration. You're starting to become sensitized to the nuances, okay, as the fancy word everyone likes to use, the nuances of the field. And then you're like, okay, cool. So now I have graduated. I need to register with SACAP as a candidate. Candidate meaning I'm not there yet. Someone needs to take me and show me the ropes to becoming a professional. So then I'm going to commence my training because I'm under a mentor. And the mentor is going to teach me a lot of stuff, and I'm going to fill in my monthly training records. And we're going to talk about ethics in the profession. What are partial services and what are additional services? And we're going to start dealing with the things that architectural designers do. And once I now know a lot of this stuff, and I attended today's PPE workshop, I'm writing the PPE. Oh my gosh, look at me. Look at me. I'm writing the PPE. I'm writing it. Waiting for my results to come out, waiting for Mr. Moodley's email. Got him on speed dial there because I'm dialing him every day. When is it coming out? Oh no. I failed the exam. What do I do? It's in that moment, you need to realize for yourself that you can send your paper for a remark, but it's going to be okay. If you fail the exam and you are still alive and you are breathing and most of your life is still intact, maybe it hasn't completely fallen apart, most of it's still intact, you're going to be okay. And then you start this again. You apply and you get yourself in order and you have that conversation with yourself on what went wrong this time, because I'm accountable for my own success and I'm accountable for all of the things that I do in this exam. It's not anybody else's responsibility but myself. You go again. Okay, cool. Right. I'm applying again to write this thing. Right. I'm writing the exam. I'm preparing. I'm making those adjustments. I'm changing my life according to what it needs to do to accommodate the goals that I have for myself. I'm focusing. I'm not doing work-life balance. I'm doing work-life focus. Sometimes I need to focus on my work. Sometimes I need to focus on my life. It so happens. I just need to make sure that I don't discard anything to the disservice or to disservice myself or my well-being. And so I'm writing. I'm adjusting my life. I'm doing things. Waiting for Mr. Moodley again after I write that paper. I get that mail. I pass this exam. Fantastic. Now I'm never going to have to hear another lecture from Akil again, or whoever it is that's hosting any of the workshops, or from university, that lecturer or your postgrad or whatever the case is. And now you're like, I need to stay relevant. Oh my gosh, AI is coming. Upskilling. So there I am. Hey. At number 5, relevance through lifelong learning. I'm CPDing myself, hey, upskilling, learning about opening my own practice. Oh, opening my own practice is actually number 6. I need to, when I open my own practice, realize I need to acquire staff and acquire work and staff. I need to realize, okay, in myself, okay, if the profession is paying 8,000 Rand on average to an intern, what can 8,000 Rand do? Now, I'm talking specifically here to the business owners. What can 8,000 Rand do? Can that support the life of a candidate? Can they feed themselves, travel to work, pay their rent? And you're like, well, but Akil, that's all I can afford. So let's think of it this way. If you're paying your candidates a certain amount, let's see if that's within the minimum living wage. Can they actually have a life? A little bit for saving, a little bit for this and that, because you kind of model that in your business. How much am I paying a particular candidate? And then we say, okay, I want to employ 5 people. So times that amount by 5, that's how much my business needs to make in the year, and all of my other running expenses. But now I need to figure out, okay, so if I'm opening a practice, I need to acquire work. Now, if I cannot acquire work only here in Eastern Cape, maybe I need to do remote work. Maybe I need to offer architectural services online so that I can get some work from Gauteng, so I can get some work from the Free State, so I can get it from Limpopo, so I can get it from wherever the case is. Maybe remote work and remote services, I'll work with people across the board remotely to get enough work to be able to sustain my firm and pay my people a good salary, including myself, and pay for my running costs. But additional to that, when opening a practice as well, because now, opening a practice, I need to have you registered for VAT and all the stuff, Ms. Muller, the beautiful things that was discussed there that you need to do to apply, to abide, to be a law-abiding citizen. But in addition to that as well, I'm not making enough money. Maybe I need to not only do architectural services. Maybe I need to look at training a little bit too. Maybe I need to look at partnering with other firms. Maybe I need to write some educational content and sell that. I need to figure out, what does my business need to do? I can't only do architecture in order to keep this business afloat. What do I do? And this is where it comes in part where many architectural designers get into number 7, they also become contractors, or they have a turnkey solution. We will design and build, or they'll say, okay, cool, we're going to have a research-based practice. We'll research with academia and we practice some jobs as well. Or for example, you'll say, I'm going to do CPD training that's going to supplement my business. Why? So I can pay my staff fairly, pay myself fairly, and move along. And if you think this sounds like a good idea and you think you want to try and implement that, discuss it with your VA and maybe check it out. Voluntary association, by the way, you should join one. It's very good to join one, to allow you to stay up to date and also give guidance to what the profession should do if you participate in it. So that's 1 to 7. Now, why am I telling you this? Because you need to see in each of these steps, because this is you in the exam, you're remembering the same conversation we had. It'll be summarized in your head and you'll remember it a lot better. But in your mind, you're going to remember, okay, great, but fees calculation. What I just spoke a whole thing about fees. Oh, fees calculation probably falls under writing the PPE, opening a practice. Probably in step 5 and 6 is where I'll get it. So let's look to the left-hand side. Okay, in 5 and 6, oh, there's financial management that's over there. Oh, risk management. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Or maybe it's even in 4, 5, and 6. Hey, because in 4, we see partial and additional services. Oh, great. So I know my knowledge based on fees is going to come from 4, 5, and 6. Still with me? If you're not with me, it's okay. Breathe. Whew. Because it's recorded, you can always go back. Now pretend like I was on pause, so you can just imagine you put it on pause and you can go back. That's for you watching this in the future. okay, we spoke about deriving a profession. We said we know all this stuff, we know about the sister professions. And I said now we're going to talk about the IDOW, because what Ms. Muller just showed you is that the code of conduct is what we have to measure ourselves against, but also what the public has to measure us against. But what about for our own competencies, like the things we learn, the things that the VA is basing their CPD courses on, the things that the accredited architectural learning sites are basing their courses on? And if you're in academia, you very likely will know about this, but SACEP has 10 competencies. They are evaluating whether you are competent in architectural design, environmental relationships, construction technology, structure of buildings. You can read all of these. These are the 10 things that you should be competent on. And you need to know this in varying degrees of intensity to fit into your category of registration. Are you an architect? Are you a technologist? Are you a senior technologist? Or are you a draftsperson? And so these 10 competencies is what your courses are based on. They're also based on a few other things like international standards and so on and so forth. But primarily in South Africa, SACEP is evaluating, does your course meet this category? Now, a question had come in earlier. What happens if my site is not accredited? The site itself, where the building and the premises is, those can be accredited. And I think the terminology has slightly changed from now, but validation of your program, where SACEP is checking, and Mr. Bully will obviously correct me where I'm wrong here and give more information on this, but the validation of the program is to check whether your course meets these 10 competencies, whether it's a CPD course, which one does it address, and whether it's an architectural course, like one at a university, which can also be used for CPD points, by the way. A course at a university, does it meet these criteria? And so you're checking here the competence, the skill level of the architectural designer. Now that you might be a qualified architectural designer, whatever the case is, whoever you are, you now are taking on work. And this work, these projects you're taking on, have a number of factors to measure their complexity. So the IDOW, or the Identification of Works Policy, has come into play to discuss the project complexity. How complex is this project? How much does a person that claims to be qualified know, so that they can qualify to be able to do a project? Really what we're doing is, can a person that claims to be a professional, can they take on work within the category of registration that deals with a particular type of project? If you are designing a simple house, can an architect do that? If it's a simple house, can a draftsperson do that? If it's a simple house, can a technologist do that? If it's a hospital, can a draftsperson do that? Can an architect do that? We're asking who is going to take responsibility because of their qualification level and their competence. Who will take responsibility for more complex projects? Just so you know, this is what the complexity of projects are measured against. Is the project itself, what is the utility of the project, the function? Okay? What's its structural complexity? How difficult is that structure to understand and conceive? What are the building technologies or the systems used to assemble it? What are the excuse me. Sorry about that. What are the services that this building offers? How does it relate to the context around it in its greater capacity? And what about occupational health and safety? Is it safe for a person to occupy the space? So these things are measuring how complex is a project. Now you're like, Akio, what does this have to do with fees? We're getting there. Hold on. The project complexity factors that we're looking at, married to SACEP's competencies, is what will allow you, or what will dictate what you can do under your category of registration. What is your professional competence level according to your category of registration, so that you can do a particular project? Now, the IDOW also talks about things like, okay, what if the project you want to do is out of your scope of work? Then you'd have to refer to things like LSD, not Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds or the drugs, but LSD, limited special dispensation. How can you do work for a limited period of time or on a particular project just for this section because you have gotten this project to do? And you need it for the lifeblood of your company, whatever the case is. We are not delving into whether limited special dispensation is the right thing to do for you. We're not asking now, hey, this process, in such a long process, it never works. We're not discussing any of that now. Stay with me. We're listening to fees. I want you to hold on and follow my train of thought. It's a lot of information, but if you can follow through on it, if you can follow through on it and just hold in place, I know it's intense. We'll get through the tough segments. And remember, you can always refer back to this. And if you don't refer back to this, that's why you made those notes, to talk to yourself. So hold on, follow my logic. We're getting there. Retain as much as you can. So here we are. We now know that there are projects that are measured against specific complexity levels. You can get a low complexity building, a medium complexity building, and a high complexity building. How can you, in the exam paper, know whether a project you are dealing with is low, medium, or high? If it's low, a very quick indication, like a basic one that you can just look at, just on surface level. I'm not saying it's the only thing you should do. Surface level. What is the cost of the project? Because if the project is below R1 million, it's generally a low complexity building. If it's medium, generally above $1 million. And high complexity, say, ranging from greater than 2.5 million or so. This is a very, very basic indication. I'm not saying it is the steadfast rule. I'm trying to help you. When you look into the paper, you need to be able to look at it and be like, okay, cool, I think that's medium complexity, high, low. When I get to the question, I'll answer it in full. But you need to answer this to yourself so you don't cause more stress internally. Like, okay, great, I have an idea. Because what will happen is you look at the budget or you look at the thing and it won't tell you what's the complexity. And then you're like, oh my gosh, how will I know the complexity? They didn't tell it to me. What am I going to do? Blah, 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 blah. Hey, and then your mind is going to go into panic mode and you're going to stress yourself out. So I'm giving you a basic indication just to ease your mind, and you can go and look at it more calmly once you have overcome that monkey on your back. So low, medium, and high complexity are the types of projects. And now when it comes to fees for these projects, we now have a specific system to allocate the kinds of fees or the amount or the quantity of fee that you can charge depending on low, medium, and high complexity. Right, we're going fast energy here because we need to get to the stuff that makes you fear it, the stuff that makes you collapse. Breathe. We said the identification of works policy, which is measuring, trying to help you figure out what is your category of registration, and also trying to help you figure out, okay, what work am I allowed to take on in my category of registration, which many of you know well, but some of you who are on the younger side don't. So I need to go through it for everybody. My competency and my skill level, before we were measuring, say, my code of conduct against the code of conduct, right? My professionalism against the code of conduct. But my ability to design is measured against SACAP's 10 competencies. These 10 competencies, depending on how much I know about them, will allow me to fit into one of the categories of registration. Sorry, I'm skipping through the slides there. I hope I didn't lose you there. The category of registrations we all know are architect, senior technologist, technologist, and draftsperson. You have the prefix candidate and you have the prefix professional. So if you do that and do the math for that, that's 4 and 4, that's 8. And there's another 2 categories of registration, the building control officer and the apprentice category. So there's about 10 categories of registration. However, we're specifically focusing on the draftsperson, technologist, senior technologist, and architect. So each of us, according to the IDOW, have a specific amount of work we can do. And that work we can do is based on these factors. How well do we know each of these competencies? Now that we have declared ourselves competent, the projects we can take on for our specific category also have to be rated. And they're rated according to high, medium, and low complexity, or they categorize rather, according to those 3. And now that we as a specific category of registration can do a specific category of work within this project complexity, what fees do we charge for each of this? Now, you don't have to figure this out from scratch because there is the professional fees guideline. And it tells you the definition of a low, medium, and high complexity project. I'm only showing you here low and high complexity because if you look in the guide, you can read this yourself. I'm not going to go through it in its entirety. I just want you to see that there's low and it spans all the way to high. That's the range of the work. Medium is in the middle. And what you should know of those are what are some basic examples. Like, for example, I mentioned a hospital for an architect on the high complexity, and on a low complexity, something like a barn or a stable, or a very simple basic house. So this range is what we're going to be focusing on when it comes to fees. Let's move on from here. So we need to figure out now, stress aside, how do we do fee calculations? And what is it that for fee calculations that we do that will help us charge something that is reasonable to a client? What is the guideline around that? So what you can see here on my slides is that there's fees calculation, and I've broken up into 3 parts because you're going to have a small break in between each 3, not for questions, for a break to digest information. Questions come at the end. This is where issues have been identified. Firstly, architectural designers have limiting beliefs. Here's one of the limiting beliefs. Architects are bad at maths. We are good at design. Because we've often told ourselves that, oh, we have some aversion to numbers. Not everybody. I'm not saying everybody. What I often hear the technologist and the draftsperson is like, no, I know my maths pretty well. And the architect is like, no, I'd rather focus on design. This notion encourages and perpetuates this idea that fees is a horrible thing. You need to get that matter out of your mind. Fees is necessary for any profession to live. Whether you're an accountant or a doctor or you're a lawyer or an architect, we all need fees. And even if you don't have a profession, you need money to live. So fees is something you need to get out of your head thinking it's a difficult thing. You need it to live. You get paid, you spend it on stuff. Maybe you spend it poorly, but you still spend it. That's fees that it's money that we're dealing with. Architects do not make money, they do it for the people. That's also a really bad notion that you have. Because you need to figure out that just because maybe your focus is on social impact, because you feel like you're contributing to a greater cause in society, that doesn't mean you shouldn't make money. Everything that is valuable in terms of a human impact, you can attach some sort of abstract, arbitrary value to it. Money does it all the time. And the last thing is we didn't learn it in university. We didn't learn how to do this stuff in university. We learned to design. You know, if you have an issue with this, you're welcome to pass the professional practice exam and then go back to university and change it. That's what you should do. Go back to university and say, hey, we need to focus on this stuff. Or go to the voluntary association and say, voluntary associations, we need to have CPD courses to help us at these things. Do something about it. I always mention to complain without solution is not any better than just complaining. I think I got the line wrong. I'm trying to say you shouldn't complain without solution. You should always have a solution when you come through because you're not helping anybody when you're just a complainer. Great. We need to remove these limiting beliefs so we can focus on the next beautiful parts. Here we are. Project complexity. There's low, medium, and high. There's a simple building. It's not complicated. There's low environmental impact, low performance, utilitarian in character, low technology. These are the other factors apart from the budget that can help you decide the complexity of the building. A lot of you are like, sure, Akil. I don't know if I need to leave at 2, Akil. I don't know if you're going to have time for calculations. Chill. Listen. If you go a little bit over, that's only to help you overcome the difficulties. So just listen to what's being said here. The complexity, apart from just the budget you're looking at, the 500,000, the 1 million, the 2 million, which are very good early indicators. Also look at it. Is it a simple building in terms of it's not very complicated? It's not a heavy floor plan. It's a very basic one. It's not going to impact the environment very greatly if I just put a small dwelling down. That's a basic home. It doesn't ask for a lot of like solar heat gain issues. It doesn't ask for massive technologies to be able to sustain itself. Hey, it's very simple. It's just a normal construction service. It's a brick and lintel system, or a post and lintel system. Sorry, it's a very basic one. It's nothing complex. There's no hectic geometry in it. There's no heavy structural engineering. It's a basic conventional masonry brick construction. You can see it is low complexity. Those are some of the factors you need to encounter for yourself for low, medium, and high. You can check out medium and high complexity yourself as well. I'm just giving you low here so you get an idea. If it's very simple, it's low. And in a lot of cases, if you just look at the past papers and the exams, there is mention, SACAP will tell you it's a low complexity building. But where they don't tell you, you need to be able to figure this out for yourself. Okay. So there's 2 ways to calculate the fees. There's the project cost-based fee calculation, but there's also the time-based fee calculation. For the purposes of this workshop, we are focusing on the cost-based fee calculation. Why? Because as Mr. Budley said, and he corrected me where I was mistaken, he said, this is a data-driven approach to the workshop. We are looking at what people find most difficult, and we are trying to assist you on it. Over the last 10 years, I had just mentioned the last exam, Mr. Moody said, over the last 10 years, we evaluated the data and came to the consensus to see what needs help. So for the cost-based fee calculation, it's what we're focusing on. I'm not saying you shouldn't look at time-based fees. I'm not saying you shouldn't look at the SIA study guide or the SACAP study aid, or whatever. I am saying, hold up, this is what the data shows everyone struggles with. So let's focus on this stuff. There are 5 steps here for you to follow when you are doing project cost-based fee calculation. The first step to follow is, what is the complexity? The next step is, what is the budget we're looking at? What is the primary fee next? What is the secondary fee? And then calculate the full thing where you're adding them up all together. That's the general steps you need to follow. Now I'm going to stop here for a moment so that you can ingest that and swallow it and take it into your mind, commit it to memory. Said a lot of stuff now. But write down to yourself, what are those steps? You don't need to look at the slide, just write what you remember. Remember conversation with yourself. What am I doing? I'm here in the exam. I blanked out for the fees. What is my methods and my steps? My first method I got to think about is I must identify the complexity of the building. How will I know? I'll read the paragraph. The paragraph will tell me. And if it doesn't tell me, I'll read the paragraph again and I'll see keywords like, oh, it's conventional brick and mortar. Oh, it's a very, very small, simple systems in place. Nothing extreme, not like a hectic HVAC system. Oh, what else is there? Oh, great. It's just a small house. It's not a hospital. Okay, I know it's low complexity. Okay? There's also medium complexity and high, and that you must go over yourself. But now you've decided, okay, it's low complexity. Okay, cool. I know it's low complexity. What's the next one? Oh, what's the budget? Okay, it's 500. Oh, it's 500,000. That confirms that it's low complexity, because if it's low complexity, it should generally be about 500,000. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, great. What's the next step there? We need to figure out. Let's have a look at it together. What is a primary fee? Great. Okay, primary fee. What is a primary fee? What's a secondary fee? What's a full fee? Well, we find out all of these things now. So for yourself, what's the complexity? What's the budget? What's the primary, secondary, and calculate the full fee. Great. Digest, swallow, you'll be okay. Okay, now we're going to switch over very quickly. I'm going to take you through onto an example, a low complexity example. And I want you to listen to what I have to say. I don't want you to look at numbers, because it's the numbers that screws up the thinking. Everybody in this place, I hope, unless you're like a AI machine, I don't know if you've been through the process, but everybody here should know how to add and subtract. By the way, AI adds and subtracts very well. But adding and subtracting is something basic. You should have done it probably in grade 1 or 2 if you went through a South African schooling system. Maybe you did it some earlier. But if you are going to look at the numbers right now, you are doing yourself a massive disservice, because it's the process that we need to get by. With programming, with riding a bike, with doing fee calculations. These are things that must be done yourself. I cannot do it for you. You know these things. You know, like when you did drafting on campus, you couldn't watch a lecture about drafting and then suddenly you can draft on your paper. You watched the lecture, you listened to what the lecturer said, and then you did the thing. You can't expect in a webinar for you to now suddenly know how to add, minus, subtract, and do all of the analytical work. That is your own thing. You got to do that on your own. I'm showing you the method because it's the method that gets messed up in the exam. Why does the method get messed up? Because everybody focuses on the numbers. Make sure your method is correct, because you get marks for the method. If your numbers are slightly off or whatever the case is, there will be a certain degree of tolerance from the way I understood it, when what was expressed when giving direction on the workshop from SACAP. So it's not the numbers you need to fear. Get that out of your mind. Whoever you see a number, just have a block now. And then you're like, yeah, keyboard is so difficult. I just want to add all the numbers together. Fight the right battles. You can fight the battle about whether addition or subtraction is wrong, or you can fight the battle about, do I know the correct steps to do fee calculations and pass this examination? Same thing with payment certificates. You're like, yo, the numbers are not adding up. Cool, okay, but fight the right battles. The battle is, can you do the process? Because everyone can do addition and subtraction, but not everyone knows the process to calculate an architectural fee. Not everyone knows the process of how to fill in a payment certificate. And that's more useful, because addition and subtraction can always be corrected later. Someone will pick it up. Okay, beautiful. Let's focus. Focusing. We're back, hey? Back like we never left. Right. Beautiful. Okay. Mr. Moody, sorry, can you see my screen here? Or Ms. Muna, everybody good?
I can see it again.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Okay, so the first thing is the tables you're looking in the top right corner. If you can see it, I hope my screen is not blocking it too much. I'll just move this to the bottom here. If you get a table, all of the battle is already won. And you're like, Aki, what do you mean if? I'm just trying to get you into the thinking here. You will always get a table. You cannot memorize this table here from 1 all the way to 1,040,000 or whatever that number, whatever the number is there, right? You cannot, sorry, I think that's 1 billion. Bad on reading there. You cannot try in yourself to memorize all of this. The table will be given. The table will be given. Maybe they'll give you the low complexity table, or maybe they'll give you low, medium, and high because you need to figure out what complexity it is. Whatever the case is, the table is given to you. So don't stress about that. Leave it. For those of you writing for the first time, the table will be given. But here's the thing. You might not always know what's the complexity. So once you've determined what's the complexity, based on those factors, based on the budget, all of those things, you now need to work out what is my process for calculating the fee? What is the complexity? So since it's a low complexity, I've gotten the complexity. I've decided what it is now. I need to figure out what's the budget of my project, because the budget of my project gives me an indication of where I'm going to get the remainder of my information to do the calculation. So let's go through. When I looked at the budget, there's a row that's highlighted. You can see number 2. So as soon as you figure out what's the budget, go and look for it. Okay, can you see there it says budget there, the valuation of the works? Can you see it says that on the top where the orange table is? It's saying there in row 2, from 2 million to 650,000, does your budget fall under there? So that's what you're looking. Which row am I going to find all my information in the budget column? So if this particular project was worth 500,000, because you can see here, we are telling you the budget is 500,000 for this particular scenario. If it was 500,000, then I need to know that all of my information for this is going to come from there. Great. You can see now on the next 3 rows, it says primary fee, and it says add percentage and on balance over, but above that it says plus secondary fee. I'm hovering my mouse here to this area. It's telling us about primary and secondary fees. So now when we go to C and we're talking about the primary fee, fantastic is telling us here's an amount already given. And if you look at this table at the bottom here, low complexity, a barn, for example. Low complexity, what's the budget? 500,000. My primary fee for that is 46K. Everyone here probably has done an example like this and like, Akil, stop wasting my time. I know these things. It's very good you know it. On the day of the exam, let's hope that for your own sake, that your confidence is that high. Because on the day of the exam, things happen. And so it's really good for you to go over this stuff just to increase that confidence level. So on the day of the exam, you don't make up this. You don't make such mistakes. Don't allow overconfidence or arrogance to overpower you to such a degree that you disservice yourself. Okay, primary fee. What is the primary fee here? 46K. You can see I got their primary fee. Now, where do we get the secondary fee from? We have to do a small calculation for that. And that calculation involves taking the budget, which is 500,000, subtracting this on balance over, and multiplying that answer by 10.83%. Akil, that's so complicated. Why would he do such a thing to us? Can't we just have a simpler way to do it? Fight that battle once you're a professional. Maybe you can go and join the committees that set up the fees calculation and come up with a much better way to do it. For now, if you want to pass the exam, follow the process. So here it is, secondary fee. Let me just move my balance over here. Secondary fee. There we go. We said it's the budget, 500,000 minus your on balance over times the 16.85%. It's highlighted there for you. And what do you do in the end? You now calculate the fee. You add the primary and the secondary fee together. Because adding the primary and the secondary fee together will allow you to get your professional fee, but it's not over yet. Your total fee after adding it together, which you, I hope, will be able to see here, can be with or without VAT. And VAT, and not FAT, VAT, value added tax. Remember, as you would see on the short inside the SACAP study guide, if you click on it, you will check it out. The first thing that's mentioned there is VAT, value added tax is 15% in South Africa. Do not write 14, do not write 13, or whatever number you've come up with. It is 15% in South Africa. 15% in South Africa currently at this day and age. And so remember that VAT is a percentage of that total fee that you are adding to it. And the question will very directly tell you with and without VAT. Okay? what you see as I move through the screen here, because you've been through the steps, is what I've shown you as the process for low complexity, moving into the area. We've got high complexity, question mark, question mark, question mark. Akio, okay, that's a low complexity building. What about a high complexity building? It's the same process. There's nothing more difficult to it. You might get a question that's asked differently. You might get a question that's slightly more confusing to you, but the process is exactly the same. You follow the same steps. We're going to get into slightly more complex scenarios now, but listen to what I have to say. What is the complexity is the first step. Determine it, understand it, look in the question for it. Then when you figure out the complexity, it's telling you the budget as well. They will always give you the budget for the project. Figure out in which row does the budget fit. If your budget is $1 million, then it fits into the 3rd row. If it's 3 million, it fits into the 4th row, and so on and so forth. If your budget is ranging, like we have here, the scenario, the budget is 500,000. 500,000 sits between column A and B. And so use the information from that entire row to get the rest of your answers. Okay? And then it'll give you the primary fee. Take it. It's given. You cannot fail a calculation question because you got the wrong primary fee or didn't know how to work it out. It's given to you. That's like a free mark. Take it. Bank it. You need the marks. And the last part, which is where everyone gets nervous, it's not a difficult thing. It even tells you in the SACAP fees guideline how to do it. You take the budget, minus the balance over, multiply by the percentage. It's like this. Reading there, going there to subtract, multiplying by that. Okay? It's a loop. Add those two numbers together, primary and secondary, and what do you know? You have a beautiful amount in the end. It doesn't have VAT, so you now need to figure out VAT. But here's the part where the stress comes about. What if it's high complexity? Same process, same process. But here's the part that everybody messes up after that, because for the bulk of you that are here, you probably know how to do that. But for the rest who don't, here's a part where things get messy. So I'm going to give you a small breather very quickly. Stop sharing my screen. I'm going to move over to a pad just to show you something. Mr. Woodley, I can see what the time is. I do believe we'll go slightly extended on time a little bit because there's things I want to really focus on. And maybe it's 5 to 10 minutes, but I will try to manage it as best as I can. Sharing screen very quickly. Okay, Mr. Woodley, Ms. Mullah, can you see my screen?
I can see it.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so I'm back here by the notepad. Remember I mentioned the notepad to you a little bit earlier. So in my notepad, the last time we were talking about issues in the field, how do you tackle it? We're asking ChatGPT, how do I do fees calculation? For fees calculation, there's the method that we need to follow, which I just described to you now, the method. And once we have this method in place, we also now need to pay attention to different scenarios. The different scenarios is the part that screws us over. And so how do you tackle it? You figure out the, let's make that a bit thinner. You're going to determine what's the complexity of the project, because the complexity is going to change. If it's a high complexity, it's a different table. If it's a medium complexity, it's a different table. We're going to look at that just now. And then we're going to do what they call the specials. Now, we're going to get into the specials after the segment, but the specials are specific instances where you must add 30% to your fees or deduct 30% or add 10%, depending on the situation. So a normal fee calculation, the stuff here, you know how to do. Fantastic. You know how to do fee calculation. But what about when you have a heritage building? What about when it's additions and alterations? What about when it's a repeated building? What about when you are taking over from somebody else's work and so on and so forth? We will deal with that stuff. And I promise you we're going to deal with it shortly, because that's what's the stuff that's on everybody's mind. But you need to realize there's a step before that. And let's look at that step very quickly. So I'm sharing my screen with you. Going back here. Hope you're still with me. It's tense. Intensity here, but intensity for a good cause. Let's go through it. Right. I'm assuming my screen sharing. I'm not going to ask. I'm going to go. If you can't see it, someone will tell me. Where the issues have been identified is SACAP stages. This is something you need to memorize right now. I'll tell you how to memorize it. But the SACAP stages You know that the architectural services that you offer, you're offering these services, they are broken up into stages. The stages are already telling you how much of money you're getting and when you are getting it. So for example, you have this project. Do you want to only offer the project up to design development, or do you also want to handle the construction of the project? Now, you will receive a specific amount of money for each of those stages. There's an entire amount that you will get, but then that amount, which is your professional fee, needs to be split into a specific percentage to get paid to you over certain time intervals. This is why they say money and time in the study guide is inextricably linked. Your professional fee that you've calculated needs to be taken and split over the certain stages, because 2% of the fee you'll get at inception, 15% of the fee you'll get at concept and viability, 20% of the fee you'll get at design development. And it's like, Aki, what a beautiful diagram. Where'd you get it from? The book at the bottom, the SACAP study guide that's there. So now that you have calculated your professional fee, we need to split it up into the 6 stages. And when we split it into the 6 stages, we need to split it proportionately. Inception will only take 2%. Concept viability, 15%. Design development, 20%, and so on and so forth. This is the part everybody messes up quite badly from what the data has said. Here's a way to help you remember each of those stages, because you are not going to be told that the inception stage is 2% in the exam from the way I understood it. Design development, not going to be told to you. Construction, what is the percentage? It won't be told to you. So here's a, is it moniker? Is it abbreviation? Can't get the right word. Let's call it a hack, because that's the stuff that my sister and the younger people refer to. I'm not too old, but I'm not too young, by the way. So here we are. We're looking here at the hack. To remember these, think to yourself, when I was 2 and when I was 15, what significant things happened in my life? When I was 2, I got my terrible tooth. 2. When I was 15, I was in grade 9. And somehow I managed to choose my subjects for architecture based on some recording I heard somewhere. I don't regret the decision because I'm here in architecture now. 2015, okay? Or if you want to, you can just say 2015, because you can see the rest of it is broken up into years. 2015, 2010, 2033. 2010, everybody remembers in South Africa the World Cup. If you're not from South Africa, then figure out something significant that happened in your life that you can remember. So you were 2, then you were 15, then in 2010, something awesome happened to you. And then in 2030, you hopefully are going to have passed the exam and you have a massive practice spanning across continents. And then you're going to think about it. Okay, now I'm just going to reflect on myself. I want to have 3 kids. I'm beyond the stage now. I want to have 3 kids, or I want to open 3 businesses, or I want to do 3 fun things with my life. Whatever the case is, find a way to give these numbers meaning. Because if you can remember 2015, 2010, 2033, that's essentially you memorizing each of these stages. You can see there 2015. Okay? When I was 2, I had terrible 2s. When I was 15, I decided to study architecture. Then 2010, you can see from the World Cup years. 2010, there we go, splitting it there because the World Cup. 2030, at 2030, I want to pass this exam and have many, many businesses. And 3, I want to have 3 kids. I want to have 3 dogs. I want to have 3 of myself because we live in a time of AI where I can have 3 clones. Well, now we move on. Right? That's just a way to remember it so that you know in the exam you don't forget these. Here's it written for you. And where did I get this from? Fantastic stuff. It's also in the SACAP guide that was given to everyone, which a lot of you don't have it, will have to get it. You can see the inception all the way to close out. You can see the proportion of the fee, 2015, 2010, 2033. And you can see the cumulative total on the right-hand side. That means, what is cumulative total? It means the 2% at the next stage. If I add 2 plus 15, I'll get 17. Okay? You can see there. If I get 17 plus 20, I'll get 37. 37 plus 10, I'll get 47. What am I saying? 2, 15 will give you 17. 17 and 20 will give you 37. 37 and 10 will give you 47. This is something you can just work out yourself if you ever need to do that. But the one that I told you, this here, 2015, 2010, 2033. Remember this stuff, because often the case is in an exam, there is a question that comes up for a professional fee that has to be split into these 6 stages. And so now that you know that, and we're talking about the specials, remember I told you there's the specials, the thing you have to really be concerned about. This is a really simple thing to do. You're just apportioning values. That's all you're doing. And now we look at the specials. Okay? So if the whole thing, when you figure out the step and you do the method, you get an answer. Everything I'm showing you is after that answer. What do you do? Okay. So that answer, you're separating into work stages. And then you have things called the specials, or I call them the specials, just to help you remember it. Because you can see everything here is with an S, SACAP stages specials. The specials are specific scenarios that have been identified according to the fees guideline, SACAP fees guideline. I can see it's 2. We'll be concluding on these portions now. The fees guideline, what you can see here is that it tells you when there's a fee alteration for, or there's a fee increase for additions and alterations. You can see when there's a restoration of buildings, how much should you have. You can see as we move through now, when there is, say, repeated buildings, or what you can see over here where there's fast tracking. What are the things that we have a look at? So if you wanted to find out, Akil, I don't know when, for example, there's additions or alterations, I don't know how much more I must add to my fee, or what do I do when I do a fees, alterations, and additions? You do the same thing as before, same method, split it up into its stages, and then you read this document with these questions and say, okay, they're telling me I must take my professional fee and increase it by 30%. 30% of the professional fee, or for the portion of work where I needed to do it. Maybe it's only in stage 2 and 3 I needed to do it, so I must charge for 30% there. Or it says here at the bottom, which I will move this up so you can read it better. It says here, guideline for professional fees provided with respect to the restoration of buildings, heritage stuff. You can increase your fee for 40% or up to 40%. So that means if your entire fee was 100%, you can add 40% of whatever that is to your fee that you've created. Here we go. Same story. Let's have a look here. If we're looking at, this talks about repeated buildings, and it explains to you that what must happen when there's a repeated building. The adjusted fee applies to work stages 1 to 4 inclusive. So for stage 1 to 4, when it is a repeated building, I can have 35% as an increase to my fees, for example, or adjust the fee to 35%. Okay? You can see here what it's trying to tell you. It's saying specific and depending on the circumstance, you do the same things you've done before, same method, same splitting. But what we're going to do is just take our professional fee and we're going to add it. We're going to add it to that. And once we have this new fee that we've created, we can follow through and say, okay, cool. All right, I need to take this entire fee, and now I need to split it because this is a new fee that I've calculated for myself. It's a brand new fee, and they want to know, okay, we wanted to do this building, but now we want to do a heritage building. Okay, what's the charge? What's the difference if I had to do a heritage or a simple construction or whatever the case is? Now, if you're losing me or I'm confusing you, it's okay. We're going to get to some more clarity just. And how will we look at the clarity? I'm going to show it to you in the form of an example. So here's one very basic example, which you can find in your study guide. You can open it now if you'd like to. Scenario 3 talks about high complexity. You have been approached by Mr. Clark to quote on the design of a new healthcare center for full professional fees. That means stage 1 to 6 professional fees. The construction budget is 345 million rand, okay? But it has VAT excluded. Oh, sorry, included VAT. It then says, show the total fee and VAT for each of the standard 6 stages. Again, this is a high complexity project. We have a budget. We then need to take that budget and separate it into the stages, and we need to have a look at how we're doing our VAT calculations. This you can find in the guide, but let's just read it through very quickly. Step 1, determine the construction costs. You're checking, okay, cool, here we go. It's talking here about including or excluding VAT. You can see here what it's trying to tell you is they are giving you the cost of the project, including VAT, and they want to know the cost of the project excluding VAT. So you've removed the VAT from the scenario. Great, because you've already told you that's the cost that they're looking at, right? That's the budget. Then they're saying you need to figure out the complexity. So remember our steps, you need to figure the complexity. You need to figure out the budget so we can look at the cost bracket and get all our primary and secondary fee calculations. You can see here we're looking at the healthcare, which is a high complexity building, which we know. And then we need to look at the table and identify the correct amounts from the table. And from that table, we will then get our primary and secondary fee, which you can see here. And at the end, you can see now that they're talking about the total fee, which will include VAT, and it shows you what it is. I'm not going to go through that in an exceptional amount of detail because I'm going to move over to the guide very quickly. In scenario 8, where it talks about additions and alterations, there's some things I want to bring to your attention. I will bring it to your attention right now, the next few minutes time. Let's stop here because I know I'm losing some people already, and some like, yo, Akil, you just confused me. I want you to pause and we'll go back a little. I know it's about 2:05, but stay with me. Hold on. We spoke about fees, and we said there's a way to calculate the professional fee. We said when there's a specific special scenario, you need to now follow through the normal method, but you need to make adjustments to your professional fee. So at first, when it was something basic, we calculated a professional fee. And then when we had the professional fee calculated, we now see it's a specific scenario. I need to adjust that professional fee, increase it by 30% or 45% or reduce it or whatever the case is. And then I take that new amount and split it into the stages that I need to split into. That's only when we have strange and weird scenarios. So I'm putting a pause on that for now very quickly. And I want you just to gather your thoughts for a few seconds. We have covered a lot of content today and yesterday as well. But I need you to keep your composure. We still got a small segment to go through. It's on the SANS document, and it's not very long. You cannot do calculations whilst I am talking here. You have to sit on the information I told you and practice the examples in the guide. And I'm going to share the guide with you now. Or rather, share my screen showing you the guide and where this information has come from. If you have a look in the guide, which my screen is sharing now, you should be able to see. We looked at the project cost fee calculations. And I spoke to you just now about different complexities of work. We said low complexity has its own table, medium complexity has its own table, and high complexity has its own table. You need to figure out what is the right table to use for your calculation. There are lots of scenarios here. I think there's probably about 13 scenarios for calculations here. And each of the scenarios has a step that you need to follow, and they tell you how they got to the answers. And each one is slightly different and slightly varied. You need to apply the rules and attempt these. And you have to do this on your own without anyone troubling you here. Because when you do on your own, you will begin to realize the sense of what's happening. Figure out the method, do the numbers afterwards. Do not try to start step by step doing numbers and method at the same time. You will confuse yourself. You can see that there's medium complexity buildings here and high. Remember, depending on the table, you go to the correct, depending on the complexity, you go to the correct table. I'm going to hold on to you here and tell you that for every question, it tells you a little bit of a tip. Look at the tip. It'll tell you what you might be missing. Don't look at the question and be like, I don't understand what's going on. Look at the tip. It'll help you resolve that issue. The question I just asked you about high complexity is here in the guide. And I want you to have a look here at this. Note here that it's this part here, which is so simple, that when you're calculating a question, this particular question, and broken up into 6 stages, all you have to do is take those 6 stages and apportion them accordingly. It's not a difficult thing to do, but many people seem to mess this one up. Try to always round to the nearest 2 decimal points. And yes, when you add all of them up, they might not come to the exact figure that the professional fee was because you're rounding off to 2 decimal points. But that's the encouraged procedure for the exam, so the numbers don't get out of control. This step, as simple as it is, it's taking the professional fee and apportioning it to 2, 15, 2010, 2033. All you're doing is apportioning stuff, and you're getting marks for this, peeps. So take care of it very well. Okay, let's go back to my presentation where I was at, and let's conclude this presentation very quickly because everyone has to go, but hopefully you would have found something useful from today. Okay, this specific scenario, I want to show you the way you need to think about it when you see it. Okay, additions and alterations. Listen carefully to this one. It says you've been approached by Mr. Goldberg to quote on work he plans to do at his house. His brief includes the following. He plans to add a loose standing garage. He also plans to add a new bedroom, bathroom, and study to his current house. And he is planning to alter the current covered patio. Can you see here the words add and alter? If you didn't know in the exam that this was an addition and alteration, by seeing the keywords add and alter, you will know that this is an addition and alteration project. And you would see, okay, it's additions, alterations. Additions, alterations, if I go all the way back here, these are specials. So it means from the outset, I already know that my professional fee, the way I calculate it, needs to be slightly different. And after I've adjusted that fee for the 30% that I'm adding to it, I then need to take that amount and separate it into the 6 stages. So already you know this. It's going to be a special, right? But here's the other part on this question, which is what catches you out. We have 3 separate budgets here. So add the budgets together and you have the budget for the entire project. It's what I've highlighted here in the segment for you. You can also see here on step 1, they're saying it's the medium complexity building. But you only really entirely know if it's a medium complexity building as well, once you figure out the budget as well. And you can see whether the budget is reasonable if they don't tell it to you. So here you can see here that it's medium complexity because there's a lot of work to do. And there's slightly variations in work. But here, look at it. We are adding all of that together to figure out what's the total budget of this project. And then in step 3, what's happening, what I'm focusing on, they're trying to work out for each of the specific tasks that need to be done. One, the new work for the garage, the additions for the bed and bath, the alterations for the patio. They're trying to figure out what percentage, not SACAP percentage, not any other percentage, they want to figure out the percentage of the fee that must be increased for additions and alterations. So they want to find out that for these particular fees, in which segments do I need to add that 30%, which we'll get to later on here, as you can see in step 7. That's been worked out. Now, you're looking at it and you're trying to read the numbers. Don't try to figure out the numbers. Listen in principle to what's happening. I'm saying here, understand this is a medium complexity. We know these additions and alterations, so we're going to have to add to our professional fee. And when we are calculating all of the information together, we still need to follow the normal process. And then we just need to be aware that for the specific portion where there's additions and alterations, that's where we need to figure out what is 30% of that. Now, you might be lost. And that's okay, because there is no way that after a 4-hour session, you're going to follow exactly what I'm saying. And there's no way that you can completely, entirely understand everything I'm saying without calculating it yourself. So please, after the session today, sleep, pick up the kids, kiss Leafy, whatever the case is, do the stuff you need to do, and then work this out on your own. I know there's questions and confusion, whatever the case is. We'll try to clarify it as best we can. And now I'm just going to skip to the final portion, which talks about the SANS, and why this is the last portion of the document is because the SANS 10400 is not something I can train you on either. But we have given direction to the SANS documents. And we have mentioned in the SANS documents, especially if you look at the guide that's given to you, that there's general things we, or the examiners, SACAP believes that should be tested on. Things that should be part of daily practice. Do you know general floor slabs and general basic construction, like you can see at the bottom here? This stuff is taken straight out from the SANS. And if you go to the document, you'll see that it mentions specific parts for you to focus on. The study guide doesn't tell you, learn all of the SANS documents, because it's impossible for you to know. But focus on these segments and know them relatively well. This is how the SANS documents would be tested. They will ask, possibly, about dimensions. They will remove it. Like, just look at this. Look at this image to this image. Can you see that dimensions have been taken out, annotations have been taken out? That's the kind of issues that we would experience, or that you would experience in the examination. What is this? What is the annotation for this area? What is the annotation for this area? What is the dimension of this? So dimensions and annotations could be removed. But more than that, and what you would see inside your study aid, is the issue of applied understanding. So there might be a set of drawings given to you, and you have to identify where the mistakes are. Like you would see, just to bring to your attention in the guide, that there is a question where the answer is removed and there's another answer that's provided there. That's possibly in the scenario for yourself as well. There's a segment removed and it would ask you, okay, this part's removed. What's the dimension? What's the annotation? But should this plan be this way? Is this the best practice for SANS? And this is something, unfortunately, I cannot prepare you more on, other than you will draw an experience or you will go and start trying to study those documents. Here's another example of how that could be tested. By the way, these are from specific sections of SANS, and you can have a look at it and check it out. Again, there's information that's been removed. Look at it. You can see I'm showing on my screen, removed, taken away. They could ask you dimensions, annotations, and an understanding of what's happening. Because, for example, the toilet door for this one could be reversed and open inwards. And if you know the principle that in a disabled toilet, that you shouldn't have the door opening inwards, because if the person had to fall out or the person is just behind the door and can't get out, if you open it, you might hurt them. Then you know, have a practical applied knowledge that it has to be opening with a swing outside and not inwards. So this is the kind of things I want to sensitize you towards in the SANS. And it would be great for you to attempt to answer past year questions that talk about SANS, but know that in the SANS in the SACAP study guide, which I'm sharing here very quickly, that in the segment, showing with you very quickly, that in the segment here, let me just click on it quickly with a hyperlink SANS. It's mentioning here's all the parts of SANS, but here's the parts that you need to focus on. Part G, H, K, O, S, and T. Of course, that's what everybody's taking off now because they're very hungry. Here we are. And here's, just read this quickly. Although specific images are featured in the content below, there are several images which are displayed throughout the SANS 10400 documents. Candidates should thus have a general understanding of each of the above parts and demonstrate a practical knowledge of each. Yo, look at that. And here's all of the things I just showed you, but taken out from this document, and a little bit more as well. There's a question, and there's a couple of questions. You can check out what standard ways to ask the questions, and so on and so forth. Okay, I'm going to conclude now. I understand that it's probably about 1:15. We're finishing up. Here's the last segment for today. Mr. Mudli, sorry to take more of your time. I'm going to end off now very quickly, just with some stuff that's a little bit on the softer side of things. By soft, I don't mean funny. I just mean it's going to appeal to the senses and the psychologies. Strategy. Just for yourself to know on strategy. The learning approach that needs to be taken, here's 4 segments for it. Try to memorize, because memorization is a very good coping mechanism. I am not encouraging of you to be a parrot. What I'm encouraging you of to do is try to help yourself by committing to memory things that you potentially would be stressed about in the exam. But here's really good things you have to memorize. SACAP stages, the acts and the legislation, the structure of the legislation. And you also need to know the segments within that. You need to know the placeholders. What are the things that are inside each of the section? What's the code of conduct about it? What are the subcategories in there? Okay? Memorization is a coping mechanism to help you. And if you weren't listening to me for the entire 4 hours, at least listen to what I'm saying now, to help give yourself the best shot at passing this exam. Calculation. The calculating apart. You listen to what the principle is and you practice. Listen, practice. If we had to listen and practice in this conversation today, these are 2 things would happen. Some of you would get it, others won't. And those who won't get it are going to become so stressed out that by next week, they're going to have a complete mental breakdown. Or there's going to be a flood of answers coming through in the question and answer, confusing everybody on what's actually going on. So you calculate on your own, but follow the principle. There's 2 parts in both papers that you will require calculation for. One is professional fees, which everyone will do, and then payment certificates, those who are doing payment, paper 2. Again, follow the principle and do the steps. Think about the numbers later. You get marks for numbers and steps, but steps are important because anyone can add and subtract, but not anyone can follow the correct steps. When it comes to paper 2, you need to focus on an understanding of contracts and an understanding of scenarios. You are taking the JBCC in. The point of the JBCC is to reference the documents. In my approach, if I advised you, I tell you to advise the most common clauses that come out, like clause 12 or whatever the case is. I'm just speaking arbitrarily here, but I think clause 12 is execution of the works. Memorize the clauses or know that clause 12, specifically in 12.12 or 12.12, this is generally what comes out in papers. Do that for yourself. Help yourself by going through the documents and knowing this is where I need to refer to. Because if you have been in academia, if you recall when you're doing the Harvard reference method or you're referencing work, all the fee scenario is doing is it's saying, in this instance, what should you do? You decide what to do and reference the specific area in the JBCC contract. It's a game of referencing. Most people here have come out of academia and know how to do academic referencing. That is what JBCC is about. Critical thinking, referencing. Critical thinking, referencing. Now, you would have seen that there's approaches in scenarios or wherever you would, if you attended any of the VA's workshops or watch any of the videos on YouTube that you might have seen about it. Understand the scenario in terms of the construction process, and then see what's the appropriate thing to do in terms of the JBCC, and reference that. Reference it well. And the only way you'll be able to reference it well is if you go through the contracts before the examination. And the last one on watching. You know, we are human beings. And remember, I said the idea with the exam is that we try to, as ourselves as professionals or candidates, what we try to do is act accordingly. But there comes to a part where you have to adult. You don't know what's the right answers. Legislation gives you the answers on how to do that. And so the things and the places which feature information on legislation is things like SACAP's website. If SACAP talks about an update that's happened, or a class that's most recently happened, or whatever the case is, SACAP is guiding you and advising you this is something the profession should know. So follow SACAP's website, follow their Facebook page, follow their Instagram page, follow them on LinkedIn, because if something happens, SACAP will talk about it. It's a high probability that it could come out in your exam. Watch the news, because remember I mentioned earlier in the very beginning, oh, sorry, my glasses. Early on in the very beginning, I mentioned that it's about how do we as professionals respond to scenarios within the context of legislation. So the news will tell you there's a construction mafia, or artificial intelligence has replaced our jobs. Or for example, that many businesses are closing down and they're retrenching staff. What do you do in these cases? You refer, when anything happens in the world, you refer to the legislation and try to act accordingly. Ask your mentor if you don't understand something. That's why the MTR process has a mentor. Monthly Training Records has a mentor to sign off. Ask them about things you don't understand. And Facebook and Instagram on the social media, follow voluntary associations, follow organizations, follow SACAP, follow whoever it is that is showing you information that has the possibility to come in the exam, especially about current affairs and especially about legislative stuff or things that happen within the council. Okay, so that's me to you telling you this stuff. The last one I want to say is just some gratitude and appreciation. Thank you to SACAP and Mr. Boodley, who's given all of the presenters guidance on what we need to present today. Thank you to the council for allowing us this opportunity as well, and for putting the team together to help do this workshop. I appreciate all of the efforts, and I appreciate all of your time, and I appreciate each of the candidates that took the time to listen to me. Thank you very much for your patience and your courtesy and all of the questions that are coming through and clarification. I'm very humbled to have had this opportunity to express this information to you, and I wish you all the best for the examination going forward. I had a lot of other things I wanted to say that I thought might appeal to you in terms of getting ready for the exam, but I can't remember them now because now I've blanked out and I didn't train to do that. So I would fall back on the training and probably tell you that I think the best thing you can do is have a conversation with yourself and really adjust your mindset for this examination. Mr. Moodley, over to you. Thank you. I think there'll be time for questions now, and I'm sorry I took a little bit extra time.
Okay. No, I think the candidate appreciate it. I think let's go quickly through the question and answers that's there. I think majority of them is applicable to the calculations. If you can just go through it and answer that, the rest I will attend to that. Okay,
I'm gonna check on the calculations now. Let's Mr. Mooney, can you see where the first one starts and just direct me, because I can see there's a lot here.
Okay, let's go for the
okay. I'll start from the bottom and go up then. It's fine, Mr. Mooney.
Yes,
let me check it out. Okay. So there's talked about referencing JBCC clauses, plagiarism. The question on plagiarism, remember, if you reference a document and you're stating exactly what's word for word in the document, that's a reference. That's not plagiarism. Plagiarism is, for example, if you took something out of the SIRE study guide and wrote it word for word, because the SIRE study guide is a compilation of various documentation or various acts. When it comes to a question about acts and legislation, generally speaking, if it is word for word, it is encouraged because you are quoting from legislation, but you must say that you're quoting or it's a reference to that. Let's see the next question here. Okay, demo exam. On step 1, scenario 3.1, why are we dividing by 1.5 instead of 0.15%? Okay, very good question, just to help you understand that. And this is a technicality that comes out in many VAT questions. The question is, when you say you're calculating an amount that includes VAT, if an amount that's given to you already includes VAT, it means the amount that's given to you is not 100% of the amount, it's 115% of the amount, because VAT is 15% already included in there. So if somebody tells you, for example, I'm giving you a budget that has $1 million, but it's including VAT. They're not giving you 100% of the budget. They're giving you 115% of the budget, because 115% of the budget means that we are taking VAT and including it into there. If it said excluding VAT, the budget is excluding VAT, then that is just 100%. So I hope that one answers your question relatively decently. I'm just going to go through them. If there's still more issues, we'll come back to them very quickly. Good afternoon, Mr. Khan. Your primary fee stays the same even if the budget is 250,000. So Jacobus, just on that one, if your budget falls within the scope of whatever the numbers are there, if the numbers is 200,000 and 450,000, and if it falls on that line within that scope, then you are to use that particular row. Whatever the number is, if it falls within that scope, including the numbers given, then that is the budget that you are to use, or that is the amounts of the primary fee and the rest of it that you should use. Screen is not showing, sorry about that. From Ibrahim Mohammed Vahed, are professional fees or project cost-based fees calculated on value budget of works, including or excluding VAT? They will tell you, right? The question will tell you, is the budget including or excluding VAT? That comes down to the question just asked just now. In the scenario you saw, they were giving it including VAT, which means it's not 100%, it's 115%. Okay. Next one, am I correct in saying the totals of medium and high complexity in the first example for professional fees are incorrectly added together? Medium and high complexity totals. Michaelo, I get your point. Appreciate that you bring it through, but I'll have to just check on the addition. Remember, the point of what I was trying to get at is, I know that when it comes to the numbers, like yesterday, we had a question scenario where there was other numbers not correct. It doesn't look like it's correct. But then when we ran through it, we said, no, it is actually correct. I don't want you to focus on the numbers now, but I get your point. For the sake of time, I will just maybe revise, and if it's really a pressing issue, I'll tell Mr. Moody to send it back. But focus on the method and the calculation of the numbers. If it's incorrect, you can obviously see it, because 1 + 1 is always 2. It's never 3. So you can check that out if the addition is incorrect. But thank you, Michael. That's a really important note to make. Whenever we're dealing with numbers, there will always be a time when something either gets confusing or there's an error. And I want you to look past that and focus on what I was trying to mention, because the method is what most candidates get wrong in the examination, and not so much of the additions and subtractions. We only have 23 minutes left. Hope we get to the actual fees. Well, great. Thank you very much, anonymous attendee. I know we only have 23 left. I hope you were here in time to get that. I'm sorry if it was not satisfactory that we could get it in time, but I think that the concept of what I'm saying is more important, because the calculations you always do on your own. So I'm sorry if it didn't get to what you wanted and you had to leave. You can watch the recording. Let me see here. Anything else? No, Mr. Mundi, I think those are the questions I've answered. I'm quite conscious of the time, guys, so I apologize again if I'm rushing through it, but I want to see if there's any major concerns. I don't think anything that has been said is major and that can't be addressed. Mr. Mundi, back to you.
No problem. I've gone through some of the messages on the chat. I've noticed two things. The individuals that have not yet received my emails pertaining to those 3 emails that are outlined previously, please reach out to me, because there's 2 individuals on the chat that are not on my PPE schedule for some reason, which means they would not have received it in the first place. Why that is, we need to just get to the bottom of that. Then if there's another issue pertaining to the guys that I've outlined, they needed the guides, I've sent it. There's also seem to be individuals that are not yet registered for the PPE exams that's on this webinar. That's great, right? And if we didn't register for the PPE exams, obviously you would not have got my 3 emails, right? So if you need them, just drop me an email and I'll forward that to you. Thereafter, let's see, the next thing there is pertaining to this paper. I don't understand how long before the paper starts should we be logged on. As I mentioned yesterday, the paper starts at 9 o'clock. From 8 o'clock, links will be sent to you. The first link will be the Zoom link. Then after, we will send you the exam.net link. That exam.net link is sent quarter to 9. You are allowed to log in. You will not have access to the exams. You can read through the paper, all right, and so forth, and just familiarize yourself on the paper itself. but the paper actually starts at 9 o'clock. That's when we will officially start. When you're declaring any information or need to declare anything, for example, for calculations, you need a blank page, a pen, and a calculator. When you do a manual calculator or use a calculator from exam.net, please declare that by showing that onto the camera, and all that instruction will be also relayed on the day of the exams. There's another one. I have a foreign qualification, which is why I will be past the PPE. However, I have 20 years experience, so I'm not sure what that is. If that person can reach out to me, that I can give them clarity on what they're referring to.
Mr. Modi, sorry, there's a few more technical ones I'd like to take. I can see there's more that came through here. Can I take those?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, right. So there's talk here asking about, is from David Kuto. I'm sorry if it's incorrectly pronounced. It says, in the case of special circumstances for fee calculations, repeat use, additions, alterations, etc., should we memorize the adjustment percentages, or are they given? No, you should memorize that. It's not given. You should memorize that. You should know that. And that's why I brought it to your attention, where you can find it. Because many people are like, hey, I didn't even know you're supposed to charge a lot more for it. So I've given it there. The second one is, does the primary and secondary fee proposed include VAT, or is it calculated on project works including or excluding VAT? So let me read that again to understand. I think the question meant that, does the primary and secondary fee proposed include VAT, or is it calculated on project works including or excluding VAT? The scenario with VAT, just to mention again, it will always be told to you if there is VAT included or excluded. There is not a scenario where they won't mention VAT in an examination. And if that is the case, then that is, I would like to think, something that would have to be queried, Mr. Moodley, but I highly doubt that there's ever a case that it's excluding or including. I highly doubt there's a case where they won't talk about VAT to you. You follow the method that has been expressed there, because VAT is the last step in the method for calculating the professional fee. Obviously, if you follow the method, it's going to be excluding VAT if nobody's mentioned VAT anyway. Okay, the next question that's coming through. So, and by obviously, I don't mean like, sure, what's wrong with you? How can you not know that? I'm just suggesting that's the route to go, right? If I have a look here as well, there's about a couple more questions here coming through. Sorry, Mr. Maurice, just I know there's one more here. Okay, when they ask for the professional fee for each stage, including VAT, when do you add the VAT, before or after working it out? Okay, and I can see VAT is an issue here. So what I'm going to advise is, I suggest that the information that's in the guide, you read the guide. There's videos that are there and shorts that are there. You follow those, and you will get a clearer picture. What's happening, from what I can gather, is the questions you are asking is because you might be coming from a place of not having worked with calculations. Or if you did work on it, maybe you are feeling slightly confused, but it's possibly because you're hungry, possibly because it's late. I don't think it's because you are asking a silly question. I think the question is valid, but I think this is quite clear what needs to be done, and it's quite clear in the guide, and it's quite clear in videos. And so I feel if you go through those, you will be able to figure out the answer, because I feel I will just repeat what I've said before. There's including and excluding VAT, and you will know the appropriate time when to add it or exclude it. It isn't such a difficult one, this one, at least in my opinion. And just on the premise of what Ms. Mullah said earlier, she said there's no stupid questions. I think the premise of asking a question suggests that you are ignorant of the answer, kind of meaning you are stupid, sort of. So whenever you ask a question, you're coming from a place of ignorance, but you have to be brave enough to ask the question so that you can become knowledgeable. It's really important to make yourself knowledgeable if you are ignorant. And all of us should be humbled by the fact that there's so much information out there, we don't know everything. Anyway, Ms. Moody, back over to you. I think I've answered most of them.
Yeah, see, they talk about exam.net. I think I've stressed this yesterday and this morning. You receive two links. First one is Zoom link, which should be operated on a separate system. Then you got exam.net, which is a system that you'll be writing. At no point, even in the guidelines, outlines that the camera that's on your laptop is not a mobile camera and cannot be used. If individuals are found to use those cameras, individual candidates will be logged out from the system. Right? I think the question is again, Zander, you received two links, which is the exam link and the Zoom link. The demo exams range on a device. So I presume for the paper 2, we need the machine. If you read the guidelines, you ultimately need either a device that you write the exams on, a mobile camera placed either on the right or left-hand side of you, giving a complete view of your work area, including the device you're using and yourself, or you utilize 2 laptops, the device that you're using, and you'll be intended to write the exams, the second device to be utilized as your camera, as well as to display your JBCC documents or review your JBCC document, proxy document, whatever PDF document that you might be utilizing for paper 2. That's the purpose of the second device. So I'm not sure what you mean by third device. Right? Our projects fees, I think you answered that. Adjustment.
I think the question from Roxanne, Mr. Budley, maybe she can ask it like with voice, so she can just clarify it.
Okay, Roxanne, if you can just put your hand up and obviously I'll allow you to talk. Just give me 1 second. Let me see Roxanne. Where's Roxanne? Okay, got it.
Hello.
Hi.
I asked the question, if you were calculating your fees based on a project-based fee, and at the end of the project, the construction cost actually decreased, do you decrease your fee?
Okay, good question, Roxanne. I'm going to answer it in this way to guide you towards how you should be thinking about the scenarios. When you are calculating a project cost-based fee, it happens at the beginning before the project commences. And the entire agreement is based on that. If you had to try to adjust your fee afterwards because there's changes that have happened, that's like a new set of agreements you guys need to go into. It's an entire process again that you'd have to work on. And so there are increases and decreases that occur as like a discount that's given or an increase because you are fast tracking or whatever the case is. That's the way I want you to primarily view the projects. If you look at a question in SACAP's previous papers, there isn't scenarios where there is, say, such a complex question that a new contract has to be entered into agreement that is going to completely interfere with the first answer you got. Primarily, what just needs to be seen is, can you do the problem based on the information given? And if there's a change that's given, it's going to be the start of a new process. It shouldn't get more complex than that because these are specific scenario-based issues. In a scenario where something strange happens, you'd have to default to the legislation and you'll have to have a conversation with the employer and or the client and the contractor to work these things out. And that's why contracts exist, because where legislation fails to assist, a contract comes in place to help regulate conversations or agreements between people, because legislation can only cover so much. It can't cover every single one of our engagements. And so contracts in the form of offer and acceptance would mean there would be a new offer and a new accepting offer, and then you'd start this again. But for the purpose of the exam, your fees are generally either increasing or decreasing, and it's a fixed time that we're looking at. We don't try to factor in a greater time, or at least not to my knowledge, Mr. Woodley. Roxanne, does it answer your question? I hope it sort of does.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool.
I don't see anybody else because I see Pumle Pulani. Is that the old end or new end?
Legacy hands.
Legacy, okay. I think that's all question. We're gonna upload the recording to the SACA website. The link will be sent to you, right? Either by Monday, Tuesday, the latest. Please note that if you don't return, it's not an attachment file. It's a link that we send to you in order to access the recording, right? So that for paper 1 and for paper 2. So by Monday, Tuesday, you should get it. And when I say Monday or Tuesday, I'm referring to if by Wednesday the latest you haven't got it. I mean, Wednesday morning, you're welcome to send me emails. I find people start sending emails at about 1 o'clock. They haven't received everything on Tuesday. So please just be aware of that. And I see Demi has a question.
Yeah, hi, sorry. I think this question was asked yesterday. In terms of paper 2, are we allowed to have an iPad that is unconnected, that is not connected to the internet, with only the documents in the syllabus? Obviously declared. Is
Are you
that
referring
allowed?
to a device that you can store all your PDF documents and you view that?
Yes.
Okay. Like I mentioned yesterday, yes, answer is yes. You're required to declare that device by showing that onto the camera, as well as if that device is only for the referring of materials, you need to then also show us or declare it that the internet is switched off. Other than that, we don't have to have a problem with that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I think everybody had a long day. Let's see one more year. Zain. Hello.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, no problem. Tando Mabaso.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Tando can hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can you please, just in a short, can you please say something like in brief about pricing based on time-based pricing?
Okay. Tando, I'm going to answer you as I answered in the session. The scope of the work I'm required to present as advised by Mr. Moodley and SACAP is based on data given to me. So I don't think it's within my jurisdiction to mention things more that are out of there. So whilst it's a possibility this could come out in the exam, I don't think it's within my ambit now to mention it, because if I do mention it, it might potentially give the wrong impression. Or if I'm talking now about it, I don't have the documents that I'm referring to. I obviously know what you're talking about, but I'm not referencing anything, and I don't want to have any misinformation. Okay.
I've answered this question at the beginning of the session, stating that the purpose of having these webinars, the guidelines given to the presenters is based on sections or questions that candidates have performed poorly, and these are done based on the fact that these sections that we're covering today is within the PPE. You just need to apply your mind to how they are within the PPE, right? And then address them accordingly. So we need to be wary of the fact that these are sections that candidates have performed poorly in the paper for the past 10 years. I think you see that there's another N up there.
No, I think everything is covered.
Covered, okay, no problem.
Yes.
There was one hand. I don't see anybody else now.
Sorry, Mr. Mooney. I think the same answer applies to Oliver Brown. Oliver, I'm sorry, I can't tell you because I don't have the answers that you're asking for. It asks, will we be tested on max minimum for CPD credit points? Again, Mr. Moody, maybe you can give direction to that.
The maximum. There is a section within the CPD. You will be tested in CPD. What in that? I wouldn't can't remember right now, but I know there's a section on CPD within the exams. No fundo.
Hi everyone. I just want to ask, for the webcam, can someone use a separate phone if they have two phones as a webcam?
Yes, I take it you went in there yesterday. Answer is yes, you can utilize it, and provided that the number that you have supplied to SACAP, as outlined yesterday, that in the event there's challenges during the exams, we're going to try a number of approaches. The first approach is try to reach you through the Zoom platform. Second one, try to reach you through the chat platform that's on exam.net. Failing those two processes, we then going to try to call you, notify you on challenges that you can experience. And the biggest challenge that we have seen in the past is that candidates continue to write even though they're offline, and they're not aware of the fact that they're offline, and be aware that whatever you do during the time that you are offline for the exams, none of that information is saved on exam.net. And so if you do 3 questions or 5 questions and you're offline, you're going to find yourself in a huge predicament when you try to submit, because information would not have been saved. So if you're using a phone that other than the one that's supplied to SECAP, because if there's a challenge, SECAP is going to try to phone you to kind of help you rectify that challenge. Yes, sir, it's a name. Hello? No. Okay.
Yes, understood.
No problem. Thank you. No.
I think that's all of it, Mr. Moodley.
No, there's one more hand up here.
Oh.
Yeah, right, you can go for it. Okay. Yes. I think there's a mistake. So, okay. I think in the absence of questions, we can officially close the session. Thank you all for attending. We're going to try to upload the recordings, like I said, and then a link will be sent to you to access the recordings. And to all the presenters today, as presenter, thank you for making the time and sharing your knowledge, and obviously trying to assist the candidates. And hopefully it's been helpful to them, and hopefully they can use all information shared to benefit them. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye. All the best. Good luck.